Eblo's got it. The first shall be last, just like the Bible. Ghost of Burbs in the house. Hello, Ghosty. Hey, what's up, Minero? Real as ever. Unless that means Real. Hello, Serious Sam. Ghost of Burbs making some stuff for the Friday event. Sam's got the AS2R emote, and JJ did another dev stream today. Eblo wonders... Well, hold on a sec. Let me come on camera. But yes, hi, JJ. Sorry about the pizza mishap. I hope you're all fueled up for today's versus wager by the time we get to that. Alright, let me press the button. What's up, everybody? Alex is here. Hi, everybody. Eblo says, watch there be a curveball at today's discuss where Reggie's sentencing is just a straight-up execution. Well, it's not so much an execution so much as it is I'm going to kick his ass and take his name. Polar Wildcat Studios is in the house saying, choosing superstars today, huh? Coincidence, because Polar Wildcat just brought in his Fang plush from the car. Where he had been ever since that one convention you went to. Welcome back, Fang. I think we're going to see Fang today, right? That's how... I have to fight Fang as Trip, right? And then, is it the whole thing against Fang? I can't remember. Do you fight Eggman at the end as Sonic? Eblo says, take his name. Alex Phil's aim. Alex Filzame. Alright, Knuckles Chaotix. Here we go, baby. Eblo likes how white noise just ruins all video compression. I still haven't seen the White Noise movie. I did read the book. They made an Adam Driver movie of White Noise, I believe, by one Don DeLillo. And of course, we got the YouTube chat open, which is phenomenal. Minero's vibing over there. And I'm going to be vibing with gameplay soon. Soon as I found my save state. Mega Drive. Classic Sonic. Yes. Alright, so this is special. We're just jumping right in. It's not as cinematic, but we're going to just jump right in. So let's do it. Ghost of Burbs got the classic AOL Instant Messenger expression, OMG. That's where that originated, right? And away we go. Hey, I don't have any sound. Polar Wildcat confirms once and for all that Fang is in Superstars, but he's not playable. Get the mouse out of the way, man. Yes, now Ghosty says that Ghosty's AIM profile was cringe back in the day. And mine was too. I shudder to think about that and the cringe away messages that I would leave, trying to sound epic, putting song lyrics or describing what I'm up to at the moment and making it sound cool but being a little bit vague. That was proto-Facebook, I tell you. Get blue spheres in this, just like Sonic 3. I know about that one. I could go another round. Ghostburb says, bro. Yeah, and then my AIM profile, also a common thing, was to have a greatest hits reel of funny things that people said lately on AIM. You know, you just literally copy and paste something funny someone had said in a group chat room or just in whatever. And so whenever a quote of mine would show up in someone else's profile, well, that was a huge honor. It was a huge honor. I remember one time, there was this really cool, high-status kid in my school that I was talking to because somehow I became friendly with him. And one time, we were just talking about, like, plans or something. There was something that I disapproved of. I don't know if it was a potential plan or just something about a bad teacher. And so basically what I said was F that, but the way I said it was F that behind a dumpster. And then he cracked up, put it in his AIM profile, credited me with the quote. It was one of my proudest social status moments. I'm coming after you, Jim Gaffigan. F that behind a dumpster. AIM immortalization. Oh, don't fall. Damn it. So much for that immortalization. It doesn't help me get emeralds. Chaos rings? Let me load that state here. Ghosterburb is enjoying the, what's the word? Schadenfreude? Of me dying. Eblo says, Jim Gaffigan, the guy from that 70s show. Did he cameo on that, or did he have a recurring role? Save states, Mega Driver. Sorry, team. I'm going to be back in action. Now. Yeah, so we got on-screen segments coming today. During, of course, the epically anticipated speedrun of Sonic Spinball vs. JJ. You've got to beat the first 3 zones. So as soon as you get the final hit on the machines boss, that's when you've completed the run. So it's whoever can do that first. And of course, all the normal rules apply about game overs or whatever. This music is so good. But I don't have enough spears. Keo heard a police siren. Did you hear a police siren on my end? We do have police sirens on the regular in America, and then I went to South Korea, and there was barely any police sirens. I was like, wow, we gotta get some of those Korean behavior stats. Eblo says that Jim Gaffigan was a secondary character in later seasons. He was a chef or something, giving them the soup, I see. I remember seeing the commercials for that 80s show and being like, wow, that looks so forced. I wonder if it's possible to even enjoy it. And then no one did. No! Almost died. Eblo revises that to say that Jim Gaffigan was a restaurant manager. Ah, so that's probably where he came up with the ketchup bit. Wow, Keo heard it on my end. You can hear the siren through the microphone? That's not good in a way that it's picking up that excess baggage noise. Yes. Yeah. I think I can afford 2 laps, he said, nervously looking at his ring count. Maybe not. I gotta focus on rings, everybody. And then not get hit like that. That's devastatingly bad for a run. I fell here last time. Well, I'm gonna have to get super hyper rings. Now, are there enough rings to subsist on for a lap 2? Maybe. Damn it, dude, I need the blue spheres, though. They are mission critical. Come on, why isn't there any ring payouts? I'm gonna die. Alright, well, now I know that there's a sphere there. I'm gonna use that intel to succeed in life. Wow, Eblo says that 80s show was so bad, they didn't even bother airing all the episodes that they had made. They didn't even dump the last set of episodes on a Friday night against the Olympics opening ceremony. Or was it the closing ceremony? Classic fate of Arrested Development. They aired the last 4 episodes all in one night up against the Olympics. It was either the opening or closing ceremony, I forget. Ghost of Burb had an exchange at the coffee shop. Always good to get a friendly hello at a coffee shop. I remember coffee shops in Boston where I would go to write or read a book or drink coffee. But I don't really go to coffee shop. Coffee, right? To buy a standalone cup of coffee at a dedicated coffee establishment is... Damn it, I hit the tap button. Sorry. I accidentally paused and thus tapped the jump instead of holding it. And that has consequences in Sonic games like this. Da 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 da. Music speak. Alright, JJ's getting his food in a half an hour. I'm trying to hustle and pull this up. Alright, I'm gonna do this time a I don't know why I didn't do it before. Alright, I saved it there. JJ says it's free pizza for one of his neighbors. Now, number 1 is over there on YouTube. Hello, number one. You're saying in Japan, this game was just named Chaotix? Yeah, it didn't have the word Knuckles in the title. I think you're right about that. And it has the alternate box art that's all white, and then it's 5 kind of rectangular box not silhouettes, but little facial portraits of the characters. It looks pretty sweet. Cybershell certainly likes it. I never minded the US one. I don't know how I feel about solid color backgrounds with just one thing on them. It can work. Certainly it works with Sonic and Knuckles, but that was a DLC. You could put less content on the cover since you knew it was just a DLC game. Hey, Javid, how's it going? Wow, I did that on the first lap? So I am poised for success because I can probably afford to do 2 laps. Dude, if I believe in me, I can do amazing things. Just like I can climb up the heat charts in Hades. I'm using those secret aspects. You think Reggie changed the game? No. Hades' hidden weapon aspects changed the game. They're truly overpowered in comparison to the regular weapons, but I'm not going to talk about Hades much. We're here for hedgehogs. Oh no, and chameleons. 6-way half pipe. It's not a half pipe, it's a 6-way full pipe. And yeah, JJ is saying you're glad the delivery driver admitted the mistake. Are they making a new pizza? Because that pizza's been sitting in the car for a while, otherwise. Alright, I need 1 blue sphere for success. Where are you? There it is. I'm gonna do this in 1 lap. I better not fall off the board. I just took the hit. Because if I had jumped, I might have died. Ooh, I had enough. I'm cool. It automatically returns me to the center to present me with my prize. A Chaos Ring. That was not the ring that I expected. Oh boy. I don't know how that could have happened, but let me do some Insta recon. Oh, I'm embarrassed. How's everyone doing otherwise? Oh, am I embarrassed? Whoa, look what I accidentally loaded. Holy crap. Can I screenshot this? Well, it's part of the stream, so I accidentally clicked a Sonic save state. Somehow, it was able to load part of it, but keep the foreground from Chaotix. Sorry, that noise is probably amazing. Assure the glitch in real life, can you believe it? JJ's amazed. I don't need to screenshot this because it's on the stream, but living history, guys. It was all worth it. So I don't know what happened with the file because the file was called Have 4 Emeralds. So I am baffled, but now JJ says incredible base engine. Is that to say that they use the same base engine, so it was able to at least like start to load stuff up? Because that is pretty wild. All right, let's see if I can. And I can only apologize. I have a little bit of disorganization with my save states, and it's no excuse. I don't know. I shouldn't fret about it, but I'm just gonna say I'm sorry that I just don't have this ready to go. But we'll be up and running soon. Knuckles Chaotix. SS3. I have no idea where it went. I can only conclude that I forgot to save last time. So, yeah, hi, Bruno. All right. I shouldn't dwell on negativity, and I don't want to play this special stage again. Maybe I should just get going with Superstars early, because I think I'm at an impasse with this. But I promise this will be the last time I say it. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's just hop in because the Superstars boss, that level is kind of long, so might as well give us the extra 5 minutes, and possibly JJ is still gonna be eating. Yeah, so let's just go into Superstars. No waiting zone, no lines, no waiting. Get rid of the overlay and just open Steam. Hello, Serious Sam, and greetings to Third Bruno, who's warming up his car and is going to watch the Sony State of Play, which, yeah, maybe you'll have a Sonic-related. I'm not going to spoil any of the rumors, but let's just say that there may be something Hedgehog-related at that State of Play. And wasn't the State of Play, wasn't it a Sony, which game did they announce? They announced a Sonic game at a Sony event within the past year, and people were nervous at first because at the end of it, it only had a PlayStation logo. Sonic Superstars, it's been a while since I played you, so you're not showing up on the default recent list. So let me click Sonic Superstars, which retails for $60. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Ghost of Verb was looking forward to that. I'm really upset. I don't know what happened to the save file. So next time I'll have to stream it soon again and picking up at the right time. But I know I'm gonna have to check the VOD. That's really gonna bug me. Ghost Verb says the classical, "How dare you?" Hey, why can't I hear the audio? Oh, it's Sonic Superstars. Let's all play Superstars. I guess I don't have a window for this. But this works. Knuckles pounds his dukes. Uh-oh. Is it a spoiler that you guys can see Trip on screen? Maybe some of you haven't gotten that far. I'm just kidding, man. The moratorium lifted 2 weeks after release. Alright, I guess this is my Trip file. Trip is so adorable. You know, there's part of me that... And if a moderator at some point can change the stream category, you can go for it, but... Oh, what do I gotta press? Up. Ah, you gotta press up. And away we go. I think some of you like this music, so that's a plus. Ah, thank you, Ghost Bird, for setting that up. Dude, Trip has such a great sign also. It's flipped the other way now. So she doesn't have a drop dash. Oh god. But she does have a nice double jump. This is getting reversed. The tenant level, yeah. Now Kyo says, look, she turns around in place, like in the 3D Pokemon games. What's that, her idle animation? Oh god. Aren't these things supposed to flip open or something? Oh, that's a death pit, man. Well, I've made progress, and there's no lives in this game, right? Thank God. I don't even think this game tracks your number of, like, tries, deaths, the way it does in Sonic Forces. So this game is less hardcore than Forces. No. How am I supposed to... What is going on? Is that entire room? Got no floor, and it's all about Badnik. Can you tell it's been a while since I've played this game? Look, I'm trying to rediscover the magic of Superstars, because if Autoyak can enjoy it so much... Maybe I'll just go down here, man. Got a content skip. Yeah, I'm irritated by this game. JJ thinks that the game wants you to be super in this level. After all, you can see the dragon drawn on the wall. Yeah, that, like, chalk sketch. Alright. I'm gonna pitch a video to Gilly the Kid called Irritation in Gaming. And it's gonna start with Sonic Superstars. So do these not flip over? There must have been a relevant... Oh, now they're flipping. Oh, no. Oh, God. Right, so, what the... Like, did I just barely make it? Oh, this game is bringing back bad memories. So, you know how Kit Ellis from the Kit and Krista podcast finally spilled the beans on what his lifelong grudge against Sonic was? And it actually kind of made sense. He said he felt alienated as a kid by all the commercials. Because the commercials were taking blatant shots at, you know, the established Nintendo and Mario culture and brand. And he was a big, you know, Nintendo and Mario fan and everything, so he saw Sega, you know, overtly taking shots at Mario, and he took it personally. I sort of don't blame him. It really just means that he wasn't cool enough and he wasn't up to it. But the way that they designed the ads was that if you were uncool and not up to it, that, yeah, that was... The commercial worked as intended to send Mario apologists on their way. Oh, yeah, and then, okay, so I didn't piece it together. There's that picture on the wall of the dragon, and there's the 50 rings. Yeah, so I don't have the emeralds. So I can't go super. But clearly the game, I can see it now that you guys say it, is pointing me toward those mechanics. Supersonic. Super Trip. I guess I've never played as a dragon. What a ripoff. I only epically transformed into a dragon. Well, Trip did transform, not me per se. I don't think the transformation happens in Trip's story. Trip is so great. Trip should get a 3D game. Not Knuckles. Did you see how long it took that door to open? And the game is $60. Hurry up. Hey, what's up, Yoshi Socks? Clash Pineapple says, as long as you don't turn into a red dragon. Is that a, Sonic.exe virus in Sonic Superstars? Whoops. Remember, you know, the most enjoyment I had with Sonic Superstars was the night it came out before the fall. Playing those first two levels and being like, this is kind of like the original games. Look at the level, look at the end of level score tally, for example. Keo says that it makes more sense. Oh, I'm gonna focus on this platforming efficiency. Yay. Trip lived to tell the tale. Keo wonders, y'all ever thought about how his tails stay still even though he's spinning? Does that happen to Tails? Because I pointed out something similar to that in that McDonald's browser game for Sonic Movie 3. Oh my god. I'm gonna get crushed. Where are we going? Because in that opening kind of not cutscene, but the intro animation to that McDonald's game. Alright, how... living with superstars, guys. Don't tell me Alright, I don't think I got sent back that far. In that intro, you can see all four characters, including Shadow, kind of spin-dashing around in ball form, except Tails, who's flying despite being in ball form. That was the first time I ever saw something like that. That Tails is most of his body that's ready. Damn it, dude. Most of his body is ready to do the typical spin move to get around. But then his tails are emerging from the spinning sphere to fly. That was... And hey, welcome back to Fox. It's the fox. Clash thinks that Hannibal Lecter got what Clash is referring to. Oh yeah, Red Dragon. Also, hi, Clash Pineapple. I think I missed it at first because it's the same color as Keo on my end anyway, that brown. I did see that movie, Red Dragon. I was thinking about Hannibal yesterday because there was a kid at my college whose first name was Hannibal. Did you guys know that's a name? It's a thing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made the movie. JJ wonders if they do the tail ball thing in the 3D games. I don't know, do they? Like, is that a thing in Sonic Heroes? This disapparates, and it doesn't even... Why? So this trip ability doesn't work like Sonic Colors? Sonic Colors, you get the pink spike, and you just kind of automatically go along the path of the wall. Am I gonna be even able to make it to the final boss? I dislike this game so much, it's crazy. JJ was disappointed by the Hannibal movie. Yeah, Ghostaburb may have watched / lurked for Red Dragon the Hedgehog. I remember liking it, even though I've never seen Silence of the Lambs. Clash Pineapple sure liked the movie, though, and has some dinner plans in mind. I'm so goddamn... This game, man, How can I be like Otto, yeah, and enjoy it? I guess I... And then how... I can't attack those things from the back? This game is so... Was that so hard, Alex Yard? That rhymed. DeFoxes says Sega has called Superstars a disappointment. Yeah, in terms of sales. Do you think we won't be getting classic Sonic games anytime soon? You know, if anything, yeah, the chances have gone down. But dude, I don't even know what my reaction is, because I look at this game and I'm like, if future, you know, quote unquote, classic Sonic games will be like this, then I'm not even gonna get hyped. They want me to use Trip's ability. Now, can she spin dash or just move? Can she spin dash up walls, I wonder? JJ says, perhaps we'll get a classic Shadow game next. I know we talk about that every now and again. I don't know what our most recent pulse check is. But I assume there will never be any classic Shadow. Has there been even any semblance of that? Did they joke about it in a Tales Tube? I think I gotta catch up. I think I'm behind with Tales Tubes. Now, Lorestream wonders if I'll be keeping an eye on the state of play. No, but I have assigned Third Bruno the Hedgehog to report back if anything notable happens. But yeah, I'm not going to catch it live. Yeah, Lorestream points out that they did add the Shadow the Hedgehog pajama outfit. The Jammies of Darkness into Sonic Superstars. So yeah, that's pretty much their way of saying this is the closest you're going to get. And I guess even that PJ's outfit is non-canonical, because how could Sonic know of Shadow back then? They had not yet discovered him You know, in the events of Sonic Adventure 2. Clash says, it feels like I'm being punished for using her ability. Yeah, all those times I died on that blocks over the pit, when I finally succeeded, it was because I was using traditional jumping technique. Wow, 23 viewers. I guess you guys are excited for today's Reggie Fils-Aimé reassessment. It's gonna be fire. And so are the on-screen segments during Sonic Spinball after this. Clash wonders, will I do Superstars wager runs in the future? I would be open to it. The main obstacle, I guess, is the fact that this game doesn't have... It doesn't have a score tally, you know, collecting points through the levels. So the only thing I've ever done for wagers with this was individual time attacks, and my vague memory of doing them on stream is just that they were unremarkable, nothing special. But yeah, let me use traditional platforming to get through this instead. Eblo wonders, wagers on Trip's final boss fights? Pessimist's about to get rich, and that's if I even make it. Maybe the wager right now should be, will I make it to the final boss? I would do a wager. Keo says, is the boss really that hard? Well, let me put it this way, Keo. I've never beaten it. And right? You thought that Death Egg in Sonic 2 was kind of a cheap, unreasonable final boss? Well, this seems to be a shout-out to that, raising the stakes. Nice, JJ's food has arrived. And let it be known that JJ himself has never beaten this Trip's final boss. Yeah, now Clash has the idea to get 3 more people for a multiplayer playthrough. That's a good idea. I would totally do that. With preference to long-time Zonigans. Keo is now really itching to try it. Yeah, dude, it's something else. This first phase is not really bad at all once you get the hang of it. And the way that Fang waves his arms is so... Oh, is this getting to the one-hit stuff? Oh, no, he's putting that. It's been a while since I've played. So that's a one-hit. And those things are throughout this entire fight, right? So, yeah. DeFoxes says, the problem with Superstars is drawn-out bosses, an inconsistent soundtrack. I agree with both of those. A slightly distant camera would also make it easier to navigate the levels, but at least Trip looks pretty badass while in a freefall. Yeah, you think the camera is a little bit too close? It's like all the widescreen advantages are going to waste. Oh, the Wildcat Studios welcomes a hello to Fang. See how these missiles are operating with 2.5D principles? Christian Whitehead was more than capable of doing this. Now Trip doesn't have a... only 2... See, I'm forgetting... Was that the opportunity to hit? Yoshi says, can you believe the fox is from Russia? Greetings to Russia. Alright, and then this. Right, and then, right, I so strongly dislike this. Right, how am I supposed to try and convince other people to get into Sonic if this newest game has this bullcrap? Lore Stream wonders if anyone has shipped Fang and Trip. Yeah, and Clash says, in your opinion, this game looks a bit cheap. Dude, it's on the heels of Sonic 4, as much as I am loath to say. And I think that this hurts so much more because of the Sonic Mania elevator animation teaser. Like, that was such a pivotal event. Right? You look at that trailer, and, you know, when Sonic Mania was first announced, I didn't know much about, you know, Christian Whitehead and headcanon, as, like, it didn't really necessarily occur to me that the game was developed not by Sega or Sonic Team, but by a third party. So to see the elevator animation be like, oh yeah, you guys hated Sonic 4, right? And Sonic CD, no one really cares about that game. So we see you, and we want to give you a game that reflects, you know, a true lineage of what Sonic should be. Now, how I don't remember how to hit that thing safely, because it's just gonna crash into the ground. Eblo remembers in 2013 when all the mobile games were called the Taxman and Stealth versions. Interesting, but then once Mania dropped, they were just the Christian Whitehead versions. Stealth didn't deserve this. That's interesting, and I think that was also lost on me because I was not even really aware of the mobile. I only maybe had a vague awareness of the existence of the mobile versions of Sonic 1 and 2, never mind knowing, you know, which studio developed it. And don't worry, Penny's Big Breakaway is going to get a Discuss segment, but it's going to be after the next Music Theory video. JJ says Stealth is very talented. And Stealth is headcanon, right? Stealth runs, he's kind of the lead director at headcanon. I wonder if headcanon, like how much other games they've done. Alright, so he's gonna come down the middle. I don't know. Right, and this is only... Is this a two-phase fight, you guys? And do the lasers get harder? Clash says Stealth became too good at hiding. I so strongly dislike this game. Clash says when it was announced, Clash was hoping for some eye-catching 2.5D landscapes. You know, like the 2D levels in Generations. Instead, we got the Great Wall of Hydrosity, Lagoon City, which could only be described as brave and stunning. DeFoxes has been playing Sonic Rush Adventure. Sonic Rush Adventure mentioned, JJ. And you genuinely believe that it's one of the best designed bosses in the whole Sonic series. Wow, JJ's saying it's his second favorite Sonic game ever. That's high up in the rankings. I think my second favorite Sonic game is Sonic Heroes. Well, that was the real one. I'm so dumb. Lore Stream likes that there ghost pendulum. If I just keep running, I assume I'll take the hit and I'm gonna jump to avoid my sweet hat. Clash says that Colors DS was pretty good. And I saw that Spontman's, maybe I already said this, but Spontman's video about Sonic Colors did pretty good in the numbers. So I guess there was something about that thumbnail that just the You know, the informational deep dive on the minutia of, I say minutia, but it was just a sweeping look at 4 different versions of Sonic Colors. There's no point in fuming about it. Clash wonders if he got lucky with the algorithm. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about the algorithm, though, and I don't mean to be a devil's advocate, but it doesn't. The algorithm tends not to be random. Right? Operation Soda Steel by Cybershell caught fire and made him a household name outside of Sonic because the thumbnail is so clear-cut and intriguing. It's like the ultimate Ocean's 11 caper for soda. Eblo's got the shout out to the algorithm. I have some micro news to disclose about me, algorithm. Alright, JJ says, for what it's worth, JJ liked the video, and that's legit. Unlike my gameplay here. I hate this game. I really dislike it. I'm gonna enjoy Sonic Spinball so much more. In about, not even, we'll go a bit more than 10 minutes because I started late. And I assume JJ's still enjoying a pizza, but I shouldn't talk about pizza because I will be too jealous and hungry for it. I spoke with my business manager and accountant, and they're like, yeah, no takeout anymore for the foreseeable future. No takeout until your Reggie video blows up. And I'm kidding about relying on Reggie income, but that's how tight things are here in the zone, everybody. And that's partly motivating my voracious dive into video content commentary. JJ is blessing me. I feel more blessed with JJ's blessing. He's from the UK. Those blessings have special stats. I'll see you at some point, pizza. But not this month. You know, in a way, it's a good thing. I can't say, oh, okay, so when you hit him, he doesn't break through the floor. Well, that makes that a lot more doable, let me tell you. DeFoxes says all of them are good. Oh, maybe that's, sorry, I lost the ball. But I will now kill Trip. I will use Trip to kill Bang, like I'm gonna actually kill him. I don't think he dies. Ghost of Burb doesn't do takeout, saying takeout is overrated. You mostly don't even do takeout because you're afraid of people. I don't know, there are great rewards to be had by overcoming that, like burritos. I'm just giving you a hard time. Warstream just does DoorDash when you're on work trips. They just leave it at the door. And there is an increased cost to DoorDash, but yeah, I used to get at the beginning of the pandemic, when I was still working in medical coding and the money was just flowing in. Dude, Friday night, I'm gonna get a burrito from Chipotle delivered to my house. So that I have to do nothing and just wait for my phone to make a sound, and then the delicious food is right by the door. Ah, nice. Lore stream got reimbursed for everything, my man. That's how to do it. That's the best way to get the most out of DoorDash. Let your job pay for it. Oh god. Teach you a lesson, Fang. Wow, Ghosted Burb, I thank you so much. Not just 100 bits, but 5 clusters of 100 bits. Dude, I'm gonna pick out a burrito tonight. I'm just kidding, but that's super nice of you, Ghosty. I do thank you. And I'm gonna use the enthusiasm of these bits to hit Fang right now. Alright, so once you get the hang of Phase 1, it's really not that bad. Now it's time for me to get reacquainted with the horrors of Phase 2. Clash has and Vector Sater's back in the house. Keo says, time for the Alex Orders a Pizza stream. You guys want me to do an ASMR stream where I eat food and have the microphone on max sensitivity? So I gotta get behind this sweetheart. I don't remember how to do this really. Look at the cute flickies in 2.5D. So now I gotta find the blue one. What did I just... I'm not even sure what happened there. Can someone quickly, what's it called? Tell me how that works. What is the, Yoshi loves pizza, though. Ghosted Burb is tapping out on... And look, I don't have misophonia, but me personally... The idea of, ASMR and eating sound, that would be a deep level of hell for one Alex Yard, and probably for a lot of people. But I'm also kind of like that about, like, soft-spoken content. I really don't like when YouTubers speak so low into the microphone. I've probably voiced my whining about that before. Keo says, why doesn't this game respect players' time? That's kind of where I'm at. Clash says, impressive. I'm dodging everything by holding right. Oh, okay, thank you. Vector points out, the missiles split apart, blue orbs can be hit back, and then the badniks can be hit back while in midair. That's good to know. JJ is finished fueling up on pizza, and you're saying that Mukbang did his weight loss video. You thought for a brief moment there that he looked like Alex. Why? Because he was so physically fit and in good shape? I'm just kidding, man. Now, this is phase 2, but does this phase itself have sub-phases? Okay, and then you really got to be careful with the... Oh, with the rings? Damn it, dude. So did I just miss an opportunity for another hit? Because I didn't bounce back one of those Moto Bug sweethearts? Now, Clash Pineapple has the question on every reviewer's mind when this game came out, which is that, yeah, if I die, I won't have to do phase 1 again, right? Wrong. It's a crying shame. It's unacceptable, in my opinion. You have to do phase 1 over again. And then, is there a phase 3? I can't even remember. Oh boy. Yeah. This game goes out of its way to kill your buzz. DeFox likes the music, but it's giving you non-flashbacks. You want me to, I'll try one more. It's 5 sharp, so because I started late, I'll try this again. I want to get revenge on this boss, maybe as a plus segment in the near future. I'm gonna beat this stupid game. And yeah, Clash, that's how it does not save that. It was a legendary moment in time, you know, when the game came out and the Alex Yard Zone community was working through the reality of what this game is. It was not. Once word got out about this final boss, there was pause for concern. Nice, Serious Sam is playing this game on the Nintendo Switch, where it has a certain amount of frames per second, doesn't it? Eblo says that I should start mukbang. Oh, losing rings this early? Oh, this game. It's a video game. Oh, you can't hit him from underneath. Well, that's fin. I'm gonna die on purpose. I'm gonna do one more try. Damn it, I wanted to die on purpose. He even took that away from me. This game... Wow, JJ confirms the Switch version is 60 frames. And I assume this is. That's true. DeFoxes says that I can use... And I missed some rings. Slow time and avatars, that's a good point. Clash Pineapple cites unskippable cutscenes, long intro, no checkpoints between phases, and insta-kills skips the cutscene. I was forgetting to skip the cutscene. It's fine. Just like Polo Wildcats plushie. If I ever come out with an Alex Yard plushie, hold an intervention and make me retire from YouTube. I look at the LS Mark plushie, I look at the Garrulous 64 plushie, I'm like, we could have used these resources to help build buildings in third world countries, not for a Garrulous 64 plushie that only Garrulous's aunt will purchase. Uh-oh, JJ's brainstorming a thing where I can feed my haters by making an Alex Yard voodoo doll. Wow, JJ reports that the Garrulous 64 plushies are sold out. That's my train. Nice. Ghostburb made plushies for Maya and IG and gave them to them when you met them. Very cool. And look, I honestly think that someone like Ghosty, you could pull... If you made a Ghosty plushie, that would be more logical. Like, you have your avatar, that would easily translate to a plushie. I guess I'm just thinking about the Garrulous plushie with, like, you know, glasses... I don't know what I'm saying. Ghostburb wants to make keychains someday. When you get back to doing Artist Alleys. Artist Alley, is that like a farmer's market for art? You can sell your handmade creations. I don't deserve... Let's be done with this. You ready to play Spinball, JJ? Keo says, what is an artist alley? You've done that? Yeah, so Ghostburb says it's an artist area at, you know, Comic Cons, anime, and game cons. That's cool. Ghostburb did one a million years ago, but Ghostburb shall return. Alright. I'm ready for Spinball, and so is JJ. So let's do it. Wow, Ghost of Burp can claim to have done those Artist Alley before cons were popular. So that was before the rise of How I Met Your Mother. Because when How I Met Your Mother had a panel at Comic-Con, that was a moment for Ian Flynn and the comic book guy from The Simpsons to say, hey, what's happening? Is this a convention anymore about comics? Or is it just about media of any kind? Interesting. Ghost of Burb says cons are different. Ghost of Burb can deal with people there. You know, because if they're dressed up as Sans or Papyrus, it gives you that level of, like, yes, we're on the same wavelength. And hello, Wonder Woman. That's Ghost of Burb, Sans indeed. So when Ghost of Burb sees an Undyne or some of them other beloved characters, Metaton, good behavior mode. Yoshi Socks is hungry. Look, Ghost of Burb's got the smiles across the board. Ghost of Burb will be Metaton someday. Alright, I'm not even going to send you to the waiting zone, peeps. I'm just going to abruptly close this bad video game. Sorry, Otto, yeah. I will learn to love this game, much like how King K learned to love whatever game. Clash has never considered visiting a con before, and I haven't either, but I suspect that will finally change in the next year or two. Clash cares about the media, not the people who make it. Yeah, but you do get to talk to huge fans about the media, I would think. Ghosty knows more than I do, but I would assume that, you know, you're able to mingle with people, you see them in a costume, and you can talk about Undertale or Warhammer 40,000. Sorry, 40K. What do I need to open? Oh yeah, I played this in Dolphin. So let me close Steam the Hedgehog. Nice. Wonder Woman has done some cosplay. Kyo says that Ghosty would be forced to throw hands if a Chara IG is spotted. Sam says, why not Kega? You know, maybe I should... if I have that on Kega, and I think maybe that would be just better. It's just less... what's the word? Although, is it full... I think it's widescreen. Just to... I appreciate the brainstorm, but I know for a fact that it's worked, you know, despite some issues. JJ is saying we ought to prepare for rainbow dithering, is it? So sorry, I just got to close Steam. Dun 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 dun. Vogue. The Foxes wonder if I heard about Sonic 3 DA Garden Edition, a Sonic 3 Air mod that remakes the level layouts, adds rankings, and cool challenge mode. That sounds, wow. No, I haven't heard of that. I'm going to have to take a look at that, my God. It sounds like my, right up my alley. Yeah, like rankings, like it gives you a letter grade at the end of an act. That would be amazing. Amaze. Trying to open... let me focus on opening the software. Vogue. I'll close the Kega window. Alright, there's Dolphin. Bum, 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 bum. And the benefit to this is that we're going to get to hear that awesome Mega Collection music. And did someone say it was by Naofumi Hataya? Sorry if I got that wrong, but it might be that. Do 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 do. That's the major 7th. Ghosty Bird loves Spinball, despite the fact that Ghosty sucks at it. Nice. EB's in the house with the breaking news that they just showed Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. Very cool. And hi, EB. And yeah, I can't remember, Sam 64, if I have the ROM or... Is this loud? It's too loud. I'm so sorry. Doesn't matter how great of a song it is. EB says that the Sonic Cross Worlds look neat. Yeah, we'll look at Sonic Cross Worlds teaser trailer, whatever it is. That would be good to do before the Reggie reassessment. JJ says, should you go to the movies to see the Advance 2 trailer? Maybe you can catch us up. What is the Advance 2 trailer? DeFoxes confirms there's 2 modes with ranks. There's a rank for time, and then a thing where you collect the time stones. Time stones? So they place time stones throughout the level? Okay, JJ says the Sonic Advance 2 trailer and Mega Collection with the beta leak. Oh, dude, I thought you meant go to a real-life theater. You know, where you see Sonic Movie 3 with Keanu He. Keo would like to do an Artist Alley booth at some point. Maybe even with Ghosty. Alright. Vibe with this, and I'll be back for some... We're gonna do a wager. It's gonna be Fire and Flames. And thank you for updating the Twitch category. Hey, it's 3 black. Alright, I'll be back. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Alright, so I don't think that I need to put, the timer on screen. It's just going to be me and JJ playing, and if, for some unlikely event, someone needs to stop, we'll just both manually pause, and I'll keep an eye on his feed, so to speak. So... Keo says Well, so Vector has a friend who quit playing Sonic Superstars, disappointed because he couldn't defeat Fang. Now, Kyo's sitting there saying, it doesn't really seem that hard. It's long and frustrating, but not mechanically complex. Easy for you to say, Kyo. You have not suffered firsthand what that boss is like. But I do acknowledge that the first phase is totally doable, absolutely. And that last death I had, those spiderweb things are really not that hard to avoid. I just kind of had a brain fart. Reggie Fils-Aimé. Yeah, DeFoxes has got more details about, Alright, I'm sorry. I'm gonna focus now. I should be up and running within a minute, and then I can look at chats. So let's get JJ's feed in the mix. Alright, JJ's working through Elgato capture card realities. And then I just have to, execute the wager. So it's gonna be who will finish 3 levels first. I almost put KK. I'm gonna put 15 minutes on the clock. And timing has begun. Yeah, Vector said he died a lot because he'd just get caught in the spider webs. The intensity required to get through was too much for him. Yeah, the spider webs, once you have a game plan, it's really not that bad. Because you can see whether you need to jump or whether to just run forward. Because whatever pattern gets spread out, it will disperse. JJ, maybe let me know if you're having any technical issues with the capture card and whatnot. Games. My world of games. But yeah, DeFoxes had said, each character has their own ranking times in that Sonic 3 DA Garden game. No problem, JJ, just keep us posted. But, yeah, no worries at all. I wish you a speedy recovery. And we're gonna look at the Sonic Spinball intro. Ah, wow, look, I forgot that you had the manuals. The Spinball cover is so awesome in JP. Oh, who got a special thanks? Anyone I recognize? Of course not. They all sound like American names. Because this game was made in Sega Technical Institute, where it was all supposed to happen. But didn't. Oh, I went and skipped to the back, huh? Because I got the reversed. Whoa, super stunts? Look at that, page 6 super stunts. Are there special moves I didn't know about? Okay, super spin dash is called a stunt. Wow, keep pressing A, B, or C to rev up furious RPMs. I love that. Okay, and then a cliffhanger flip is being marketed as a stunt. Alright, I'm a little disappointed. Oops. The Vego Fortress. Vego Fortress? The safe, easy tactic for beginners, you mean me? Look for lights. And yeah, I'm proud to say that I've been using tip 3 for a while. And yeah, so I guess I gotta do that more often. If I want to go straight up, fire right on the hinge of the flip. Don't let them fall down. And I don't think that the Discord audio will affect anything, but I'll mute myself since there's no utility for that. And then let me just make sure that this runs. Oh, it runs. Cool. So JJ, you can let me know if you're ready to go. Oh, I'm in the wrong window. Alright, JJ's ready. So I will open the game. Yeah, does that options menu go directly into the game? Or is JJ gonna have to go back to the main menu? Wow, I'm seeing speed fast. Is that... I don't know if I ever knew about a speed option. Now, why won't it... Is this acting weird? Alright, there we go. Yeah, I guess it's frozen, so let me just hurry up and reboot. I don't know what's going on. But in the meantime, I will ask, Keo says the wager is short, and I know, I'm taking too long to get going. I'm so sorry about that. Alright, you know what, there's barely any points bet. Do you think I should set it for like 20 minutes or something? But I need to make this happen right now, so just bear with me. Come on, Alex. I'm not even gonna open the menu if that was the cause. Yeah, I'm not gonna go to the menu, so if that's a issue, let me know, JJ. Otherwise, just don't even say anything about it, and then we're good to go. Why is there no audio? There we go. Reactivate the window. No go. All right. I'm gonna queue up the game. Oh, I'm assuming that JJ is on the menu so that it doesn't autoplay the intro, and because that keeps going. And it's a pretty short intro. But all right, let me restart the wager with 20 minutes this time. Who will beat level 3 first? Alex or JJ? A half an hour seems like too much, I guess. So, okay, 20 minutes have begun. And... it's going to be okay. Resume... Alright, so... JJ, why don't we just start, right, instead of trying... Start a game, but stand still, and then just pause. And then... Alright, cool. So I will now do the... turn that off. Now I'll... JJ, I'm going to do the... I'm not going to start playing. I'm just going to do a quick... Alright, I just wanted to make sure the controls worked. So, I'm going to do a 3, 2, 1 countdown in chat. There's your 3. So JJ's looking at chat for his cue, not the audio on a delay. There's 2. There's 1. And finally, go. We're in business, everybody. Sonic Spinball is here. I intend to win. especially on the heels of my remarkable performance last time at the machine. I cleaned up those machine emeralds so fast. So far so bad. I'm just bouncing against stuff. Okay, so let me aim a lot more deliberately. JJ's still stuck in the opening lobby. Didn't it? So this is interesting. I feel like a lot can happen. A lot can go wrong in this game. So I kind of feel like if someone gets an early lead, that's not necessarily a sure bet. Now, Javid wonders, what's JJ's history with this game? Yeah, as far as his resume, proficiency level, familiarity with the game. Dude, this game is cool, and it takes on a whole new layer when every little mistake you make. You get up to the sharks, but you don't hit the little cap. This has consequences. Dude, I'm so cracking under pressure. I can't even get up to the basic area. Finally done. Oh my god, I didn't hit the plug. Did JJ hit any plugs yet? Oh, I did get the one on the other side. Sweet. So, alright, once I get up to the upper area, I'll put on the next, the first on-screen segment. Now, I can't remember if it behooves a hedgehog to go left or right first, but I'm gonna go left. And that'll bring us into the first segment. Alright, so I actually put this PlayStation Remote Play as the first segment, but that was not even really to coordinate with the State of Play. Now, I don't have an on-screen segment for the State of Play, but if anyone wants to, I don't know if it's a spoiler, I guess maybe don't say much about the Sonic Cross Worlds reveal or, gameplay preview. Because we're going to look at that before the Reggie Symposium. Oh, the Badnik got me. I was going to have it, though. Alright, now I got my angle. Sam recommends that next time, I ought to use an up-to-date version of Dolphin for Spinball. Perhaps I shall. But I gotta open up this way. It's unrelated. Alright, this is my moment. Dead. JJ have any emeralds? Doodle-doo. So I guess I should go for the barrels. Oh, these clucks. They're so clucking inconvenient. Keo likes the palette difference between both feeds. Yeah, so if JJ is on original hardware, does it look like more washed out, or is it just me? So yeah, this PlayStation thing that I put on was not for Sonic Cross Worlds. It was for the fact that PlayStation devices are basically a Switch now. Wow, did JJ die? He hit the toxic sludge? Actually, I should go get this emerald right now, right? I don't know if this was a bad idea or not, but I know I can get this emerald on it as well. Alright, Keo confirms JJ took a dip. So yeah, apparently PlayStations are basically a Nintendo Switch now. It's not the same technology as a Switch, but it's basically like, I guess it's kind of like what the Wii U had. Like, for Wii U games, you could go into handheld mode, where it's basically casting from your Wii U onto your gamepad. So you can play handheld. But it's using the processing power of the Wii U. It's not literally processing. So you have to be close enough to your Wii U for it to work, you know? Dude, I am opening every pathway except for the final hit. Let's go upstairs. So yeah, I guess the Switch's monopoly is dying. But it was fun while we had it, Switch. But now there's gonna be PlayStation Switch. But I say that as a goof. You can't take it on the go. Wow, and Javid says you could also do that even with the Vita when the PS4 came out. Wow, so you can play PS4 games remotely in the same room. I almost just took a dip like JJ into the toxic sludge. But I gotta open the way first. Ghostburb says I don't even have to go to the other side, just use the flippers. But I have to open the path, don't I? I have to open this thing up there. Otherwise I can't get to the emerald. Ghostburb says no. I don't have to open this. Ghostburb says the flippers will bypass the second set on the cart. I admit I'm not quite understanding, but I believe you. It's interesting. I've been taking an inefficient route all this time. Alright, Ghostburb will show me one day. And then DeFoxes has got some intel about Crossworlds, my hedgehog. Uh-oh. Get this straight up. Nice. I have one job. Oh my god. Only one job. Go into the Discovery Zone tube. Alright, yeah, and DeFoxes is talking about leaks. I guess don't show... Yeah, let's not... And we kind of established a criteria, and I'm not even giving you a hard time, DeFox. Just that there's enough people here that very rightly and understandably don't even want any whiff of leaks and rumored stuff. I will say, though, DeFox, that I personally... am at a point in my Sonic career where I'm okay with looking at leaks. I guess it depends on the project. You know, for a spin-off-y racing game, that's fine. I don't think I'm gonna look up any spoilers for Sonic Frontiers 2, for example. Alright, boss time. If JJ's not on the boss, then I'm gonna feel good about me. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Ah, you can't spun dush in that. So yeah, Vector, thank you for the reminder, but for EB and Kyo, I don't have to deduct points because I instead just take it out of their cart winnings. Because, yeah, each time you attend an SRB2 cart hangout, oh god, well, you get some channel points. And even more if you're the winner of the night. Become a patron, everybody. It has those perks. JJ's not on the boss. Oh, no, he is. Or is he? Yeah, he's on the boss. So I can't rest or celebrate. Love Eggman's mouth during this part. I keep getting a bogus trajectory. Courtesy escort. Wow, you just have to take that thing. And it gets enough hits. Interesting. So Javid says, if you're on the left, but have the right emerald open, you can still go into the cart section and use the flippers. So that, if I understand... Okay, interrupt. So this, JJ, I think we discussed that we're just gonna let go and not even press anything. It may take a while for it to file out because it hits those things. But I would be very curious to see if the ball follows the same trajectory for JJ. Like, is it deterministic? That if you don't press any inputs, is the ball gonna follow the exact same path per Newtonian physics? JJ says, what if you want the points for lives? No, I think that we should only, Wow, you lost 2 lives. That's gonna throw a wrench in things. But... I don't know. I want to be amenable. I guess you would incur a time cost. Alright, let me follow my gut and say... Oh, no, we gotta stick to the plan. If you lose your lives, it's a game over. So get lots of points. As I almost die. Okay, interesting. JJ says there must be RNG involved. How did I get up here so quick? I wasn't even paying attention. Alright, JJ's at Lava Powerhouse. Just play good and don't die. Cluck, 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 cluck. My first courtesy emerald. Get good, suggests Ghosty. Round. Oh god. These things are very satisfying to bounce on. Oh yeah, we got more segments. Alright, anyone here watch Retro Bird? I think I've seen his videos pop up in my feed, but never clicked on them. But then I was watching a slice of content from the pretty good YouTube channel, Red Cow Arcade. The Red Cow Arcade guys are on the left and right, and that's Retro Bird in the middle. I love double dipping on that button. But yeah, I was curious if anyone watched Retro Bird, because they showed some clips of him, and he's a character. It's not that he's in character, but he's playing up the kind of wholesome mother aesthetic. And it's kind of endearing, maybe a little bit annoying, but kind of doubles back on itself and becomes a fun novelty. Interesting. JJ did watch Mr. Retro Bird for a couple of episodes, and after a while it just kind of started to feel like Scott the Wasp. So, one thing that you're going to find at Retro Bird's content... Oh wow, and breaking news, Sam says check the wager. There's now 100,000 points bet on me, Alex Yard. And it's usually JJ that wins these Sonic wagers. I win Metroid wagers historically, but Sonic? That's often JJ's wheelhouse. So yeah, I have yet to watch a full-bore Retro Bird video. But I did want to show you a brief snapshot of something that I heard reported secondhand by Red Cow Arcade. But I will click the button as soon as I get up this damn chute. C-H-U-T-E. Did you ever play Chutes and Ladders? I never knew if it was called Chutes and Ladders or Snakes and Ladders. It's gotta be Chutes, right? Javid says, what? Oh, Javid thought... Whoa, did you see that physics? Damn it. I undid my progress. This part is annoying. It's so finicky. Yeah, Javid thought he was throwing down with 5K, and there's a 100K bet. Come on, I was on top of that one. Why didn't I get the upward oomph? I guess I still don't understand the mechanics of this. What are the exact conditions that give you kind of a bounce jump? Is it that you have to tap the button again? Because that's what I did just now. So let me show you a little bit of Retro Bird. So here's Retro Bird doing a little bit of recon about CRTs. Right? Picking them up to see how heavy they are. And efficiently putting the wire in his mouth. Whoops. Okay, but what's even more exciting about that... Wow, I got all the way up. Now, Keo says I'm on a clock. Why? Because it was taking me so long to get up the damn chute. You just have to time the steam to clear the cluck's head. Time the steam to clear the cluck's head. Sorry, I don't understand. What is it exactly? Oh, it's about that thing I couldn't get up. You just have to time the steam to clear the cluck's head. Alright, yeah. And I guess that's what I always figured, but I don't know why I so thoroughly struggle with that. Like, the times that it works, it doesn't feel like I did anything different. Ooh, you see how I cleanly landed on the flipper that time? Next emerald, here I come. Ooh, JJ fell down from the boss chamber. Let's all watch him deal with the lava swing. High stakes, can he get off? He survived. And I think I started to get the hang of it last time, right? Come on, then. Alright, so I was definitely above the head. Okay, Javid says Sonic has to be actually over their head to get the jump boost. Kia wonders, is using your mouth as a thing holder seen as bad in the zone? I mean, I guess he might zap himself. I gotta perform under pressure, because this boss caused problems last time. And JJ's back to the boss. No. Alright, is this the emulation issue? The steam that Gabe Newell is spewing up there is coming out too frequently? Oh, a whole lot of hit points. Ah, bounced out. Ooh, this is going well. Dude, the last one probably only have one hit point each. Don't speak too soon. Damn it, dude. I live to tell the tale. Ghost of Burb's trembling watching the boss fight, and I was trembling too. I'm gonna get right back in action, like I was never gone. Ooh, right above the head, I used Javid's tip. Okay, and then I know this bit has been on screen for a while, but look, he lifted it. Okay? And I would do the bit more. If I hit the button back and forth, I could make him do the exercise. But unfortunately, this is a timed time wager. And so I can't. So I will instead, at the next free moment, go to the next bit, which is him using the CRT as a bench press in his bed. Isn't that advisable? I'm sure that won't go awry. Lift up CRTs responsibly, everyone. Alright, I got one more eggy head to get. Ghost of Verb's got the bruh. Let that red guy with his little horn get out of the way. I think that horn is a throwback to Stardust Speedway. And why did the flap fall down? Oops. Let's get rid of Retro Bird. Hey, that... Well, JJ's not at the machine yet. Alright, level 2. That's it, right? And then... Oh, it's cool. Dude, we're like neck and neck. Look at JJ finishing that boss. And he's got 2 million more points than me. Clear at the same time. But can JJ scoop up the emeralds as efficiently as I did the other day? Alright, let's go to the next bit since that was enough CRT lifting. Alright, so I just wanted to point out, I put the wreath of justice and success because it has 400 some views, which obviously is not as much as Mr. Beast gets, but it's notable because the first day's returns, it was about 100 views, and it leveled up, but then something, I don't know what happened, if it got shared on Reddit or something, but people are finding this video and subscribing, which is great. King K's wrong. Pokemon Sword and Shield is do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Now, ooh, Javits says, let's see if Alex gets lucky like last... Ah, so you're attributing my amazing performance to luck. I'm just kidding. Nice. And the third Bruno is back after the State of Play and a Pizza Hut dinner. I remember the Pizza Hut era. I hope you enjoyed the Pizza Hut on my behalf, third Bruno. Because my accountant is not letting me get pizza anymore. Nope. I gotta take every cent from YouTube ad revenue. Not gonna get me to the other side. Okay, this is what I wanted to do. Jump up here. Okay. Interesting. So, Javid says that Pokemon is always an algorithm darling. So that's interesting. I guess that's also... No. Something I kind of half thought about. I'm like, Pokemon, is that... Like, I had an offhanded thought. And by the way, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4? Is it the fourth one that I want? I go a little bit too high. Maybe it's one more up. Let's hope that it is. Alright. One more, confirms Ghosty. Third Bruno has some details about the thing. Yeah, I guess I won't discuss those details yet. Not for spoilers' sake, but just because we're going to talk about that. But I also, yeah. Wait, cell open? How do I get the emerald out? There's an emerald in this room, isn't there? This music is peak. They should make more like it. Alright, it's in the center, confirms Ghosty. Alright, so the Pokemon video, yeah, that's good to know. Damn it. About the Pokemon algorithm darling. Yeah, that's cool. I gotta wonder if there's any, other ways I could get in Pokemon content, because there I was saying, like, well, I don't know when the next time I'm going to be able to do Pokemon is, so I better use this incredible Sonic mod. Pokemon, but everything is Sonic. while I can. Dude, you see that amazing angle I just had? So I guess I should go back to the, well, was this a good idea to come all the way back up? Time will tell. Yeah, Ghost of Burb recommends to keep busting the cells. Well, actually, this one... Well, this... Okay, that was indeed, just like the top of the screen said, a bad move, bro. Okay, so... Third Bruno says, were the Gen 4 remakes sacrificed on the altar for Legends Arceus? Is that a hot button issue afflicting the community these days? Interesting. Javid says Pokemon, Nintendo, Disney. Okay, so I'm glad you said Nintendo because, of course, we have the Reggie-cessment today. But also... Hey! Alright, it worked out, but still. Hey! Please land on the thing. Ooh, am I a dead man? Dead hedgehog? Alright. Pokemon Red and Blue music theory coming your way. Yeah, Ghost of Burp says, I'm fine, I got an emerald at least. I wonder if I should now go to the right side? So take a look at this. So here's some prospective topics coming up, okay? Speaking of Nintendo, right, we got the Reggie-cessment today. It's the hotly anticipated... It's gonna be an event, I tell you. I wonder if I should open this. And just get... But I have to time it, don't I? Oh no, it just stays open. Sweet. Okay, so you got Charles Martinet on there. And I always intended to do a Charles video. It wasn't only because that came up in the discourse on Monday's stream, infamously. Okay, it's gonna be a Charles Martinet check-in. Yes, and then I put the perfect pitch thing, fully intending to talk to Bruno about it, because I know Bruno has perfect pitch, and Bruno, you know, I love Bruno to death. It's no shade, it's no nothing, but we've had fascinating conversations about how to make sense of perfect pitch as a component to composing music and listening to music. And so, yeah, I you know, so that thumbnail, you don't want perfect pitch, that's not even my thumbnail, that's Adam Neely's. Oh, Ghosty said I missed one. Now, is this going to send me to the chamber, though? Because that would be good. Is this going to send... Yeah, so at least I'm in the chamber now. Alright, I gotta hit the one in the middle, don't I? Yeah, I'm glad you're looking forward, and I thank Bruno, as always, for being open-minded. And Bruno, you know, if you're at all curious, you could, So that's a video by Adam Neely, and basically, I'm gonna be coming at the topic kind of like him, which is to discuss the pros and the cons, and then decide if it's worth it. But yeah, that'll be awesome to have Third Bruno there for that one. But also, you got Amy Tarot cards are gonna enter the crosshairs here in the zone. And then, is Stardust Speedway plagiarized? That probably doesn't need to be a long video. That's just, you know, an informational case study. Should I jump into this thing? And it would be great if this thing takes me to an emerald and then to the chamber. I'm gonna go to the chamber. Wow, Ghost of Burb maybe even saw those very Amy Tarot cards at Hot Topic. And we know what South Park's directive is for Hot Topic. Alright, get the emerald. Burn down, Hot Topic. Alright, let's go to the boss. I wonder how many emeralds JJ has. Now, I can't get up there, can I? I have to go out. Let's hope that that's the truth. Ghostaburb loves the Goth Kids, and I gotta see more of those. I've absolutely the first Goth Kids episode was an instant classic. And one of the most I think it's almost like a watershed moment in culture, because it applies not just to goth culture, but so much more. When they... Oh no, what have I done? Wow, he grabbed the edge, one of those super stunts. Right, he goes to IHOP with the Goth Kids. They're there all night pounding coffee. Did I go the wrong... No, this is going to send me up to the boss. And JJ's not on the boss yet. I could make someone... Oh no, someone's going to get... Someone's going to... Don't listen to me. Just watch me win the boss. I can't choke under pressure. It's all on the line. Oh yeah, if I hold left, things go good. Yeah, I agree with Ghostaburb. Don't brag, because I'll surely die if I do. I love this pause while the animals come out. Okay, now I'll just quickly... No, I should destroy this. And then I gotta get up inside it from underneath, don't I? And I can't remember if I figured out what the trick is to staying in there once you get in. I'm not even pressing anything. This is some high-quality gameplay. Save the burbs, says Ghosty. Here come more burbs. Yay, no more shocked skeletal burbs. Get out of here. Be free. But never forget me. Alright, now I gotta go up and in this beast. But there's a bad note. Can't get in from above. Death from Above 1979. That's a band name. I hope the domain was available. Alright, I gotta try harder to come to a stop and aim my way in. Is JJ on the boss yet? I guess not. Oh, okay. This is it for the win. How do you stay in? Do you gotta hold right or left or what? Oh god. Come on, straight up, just like at the practice dojo. Oh. That was close. I'm just trying to come to a stop. Should I let go? So many points on the line. I did it, baby. Yeah, baby. JJ's still in the prison's chamber. Oh yeah. I beat JJ at... Admittedly, it's a Sonic spin-off, but still, it has a hedgehog in it. Ghostaburb confirms the win. Keo says, what a concept. Alex beat JJ. And now I can play this as a bonus victory lap. Ghostaburb is amazed. I'm amazed. Defoxes holds up my prize. Thank you, Knuckles, for the trophy. I want to thank Obama. He helped me get to where I am. I want to thank The Sopranos for its infinite contributions to society. And a special shout out to James Gandolfini and David Chase. I want to thank JJ for being a great competitor who I just crushed. JJ is just stuck. Yeah, stuck in that, those prison chambers where you gotta release the poor imprisoned emerald. I like this music. Alright, Ghostaburb is gonna drive through the snow to get to work tomorrow. And so Ghostaburb is taking off. I'm glad you got to see the grand finale of this, Ghosty, and I'll talk to you later. Have a good one. Otto, yeah, is in the house, yeah. And it's, maybe it's a good thing you weren't here, because I was just getting so mad at the game. But I honestly, and hello, Otto, yeah. And, see you later also, too, Javid. But Otto, yeah. I was starting to get back, because it's been so long since I've even played Superstars, never mind the final boss. I was starting to get the hang of it, though. So I was saying that I should set a date in the next week or two to get true hyper revenge on that last level. Bang, bang, bang. Looking at JJ's feed, he still hasn't unleashed the emerald. Oh, he's gonna get it. Oh, one more hit on the middle. Bang. JJ wants to leave this place. So yeah, Otto, yeah, I didn't finish it today, but yeah, I'm gonna put it on the schedule. Ideally a time when you're around. Bam. Kyo bids the two departers good night, while also saying, Spinball music doesn't miss. So the last thing I'll say about the video topics on the left is that the completionist video, it's not even really going to be about his charity controversy. The tentative name of that video is actually going to be Gerard Khalil and the Treadmill of Desires. The Treadmill of Desire, where you're constantly striving towards what's next, what's more, the next sub-milestone, the next accomplishment, but it's, as soon as you get that, it's on to the next one. It's going to talk about how Gerard's mother was a victim of the Treadmill of Desires to an even greater extent than the completionist was. So I'll see you there, guys. I also have a video topic that's not depicted up on screen that is about synesthesia. So that'll be a little bit overlapping with the perfect pitch thing. Not overlapping, but, you know, same philosophical question about music. Well, JJ's made his way to the boss. So, oh, okay, now I understand. So Vector is talking about adjusting. Yeah, let me do that now. So I kind of forgot. I thought you meant something else. Long story short, Moot Point Theater is the interests no one. Look at JJ's classical graphics and washed out colors. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to watch JJ finish the boss, finish the job, you know. And then we will glance at Sonic Cross Worlds before the VGM request. Let's go to Twitch here. Yeah, Otto contributed some tips for probably the final boss over at JJ's server. And Otto says, believe me, the boss is not as hard as it looks. You guys ever have Twitch act up where it says failed to load module? And sometimes it'll happen on the main dashboard, and I just got to refresh it a handful of times. It's kind of a drag. I don't know. All right, it worked this time. All right, so the VGM request is at 11, which seems... yeah, so now I'm... maybe you could clarify, Vector, what needs to be changed? Because I'm back in the confusion bin. Because the request is currently at 11, which is, yeah, the default price these days. 11K. So let me go ahead and pay out the wager. Let's see how this shook out. Wow. So yeah. it was Keo that bet 100 grand on me, and it paid off. So you're going to absorb a great deal of Javid's 5K. Way to go, Keo. I can't believe I won a Sonic wager. Bam. So now, JJ says, geez. JJ did predict that I would win this, though. So, Vector, do you still have to pay 7? Did you win the auction at 7K? Maybe you could confirm that. And if not, tell me what is the... Because I'm not quite achieving clarity yet. And I'll just quickly say, Vector, don't worry about Keo. I got that covered with the spreadsheet. All right, so Vector owes 7K and you have not paid. So here's what we'll do, Vector. We'll do an auction now, and then I will charge both people. So let's open the bidding for today's song request at 5,000. Do we have a 5K? And in the meantime, I'm going to start to pull up crossworlds. Sam's at 6K. Do we have a 7K? JJ's at 7. Sam's got the 69 shout out. Epic. Is Captain America bombing? That's what Timcast would have you think. I'm gonna get to listen to Gary Nerdrotic's bid. Alright, so right now JJ has it at 7. Do we have 8K? Anybody out there? Sega. All right, JJ has it at 7K, going once, going twice, sold to the JJ. So what I'll do right now quickly is just make it 7K, and there'll be 2 units. So, I don't know. EB says 8K. Yeah, because I did the going, I'm gonna say that that it goes to JJ for the 7K. Okay. 2. All right, so JJ and Vector, you can go ahead and redeem. And in the meantime, I will hop over to Angel Island Zone. Welcome back, everyone. So we're not doing the Reggie stuff now. But when we do, I have a couple of things. I have, for the gameplay, I have a Kaizo Super Mario tool-assisted speedrun. And then I also found, I don't think I'm going to use it. It's a speedrun of Mario Galaxy, but there's too much, I don't know what the word is, filler. Keo says, my bid went up before he was done counting. I guess it was, well, no, because my counting was on a delay, if that makes sense. So EB, yeah, I wonder if EB was waiting for me to do the going once, going twice. And if so, right, but Keo, you're saying that, oh, the bid went up before he was done counting. Right, and I'm saying I know that, but that's exactly how it works. The bid has to come in not... It has to come in, right? The bidding is based on when my voice is, not the delayed... So really, the moral of the story is that if you want to bid, just bid. Don't wait until the last second. Hey, what's up? Only just light. That's not a bad idea. Say something in chat that way. All right. I got the crosswords. So let me open this here. All right, yeah, EB wasn't, intentionally waiting. Vector's saying the point is that EB bid before the count. Well, again, I'm just going to say this one last time. He bid before the count was delivered on the air, but he did not bid before I was actually saying it. That's a big difference. That is what makes the difference, in fact. All right, Sonic Cross Worlds. Here's the trailer. Make sure we get enough audio here. But yeah, I think next time the problem is solved by, typing it in chat. That could work. All right, here we are in Sydney. Is that the Sydney iconic, what's it? The Palladium? I don't know what's it called. All right, and away we go. So in the meantime, JJ, you can send over your request. And here we go. Whoa, this is sick. Dude, alright, I shouldn't pause it. I'm gonna let it play. Whoa, here's everyone transporting in from another world. Alright, we're racing. We've got the GTA camera angles. Knuckles attacked somebody. No copy. Here it is. Wow, they're doing a lot of tricks in their car. There's Omega. Did he just... Wait, is there two... You warp somewhere else during the race? So is it like you go do one lap in the dinosaur area from Sonic and the Secret Rings? And then do you return to the first arena? Oh, there's flying? So it's like transformed? Hey, that's the... What is it? Rogue's Landing? From Start Transform? And then is this from... Sonic Prime, the pirate world? Wow, different gear? Dude, Sonic is back. This might be a pretty good game. Jeff Keighley has played it, so it is real. Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, baby. Come on, give me a post-credits shocking surprise. Look at the monster truck Shadow has. EB hopes it's pretty solid. JJ says generic T. Lopes music. Was that T. Lopes?
Now with Hulu on Disney Plus, your favorites
yeah,
are in one
Demrupi
place.
says it's...
Let's take a roll call. Meredith?
Here.
Officer Grant.
I want... Let me loop this puppy as a goof. Vector spotted Extreme Gears. That's like the upgrade. Dude, I can't get enough of that Green Hill hologram with the moto bugs and everything. This is so goddamn cool. And is that's just a buzz bomber on the right. I love this. Keo spotted an illegal left turn. Yeah, I saw... Did you guys see Sage? Sage spotted... You get to play as Sage? That's significant. That's really cool. I see Metal, Ames... Yeah, Jet the Hawk is back. How about that? GameCubeites feel seen. And I'm one of them. Vector's back. Yeah, look at Sage. Wow, Sage's car looks like one of the Titans that you fight. Or is it one of the mini-bosses? It's one of the Titans with the creepy teeth. They brought back the creepy teeth. EB confirms there's Giganto. Yeah, warping other worlds during the track it's pretty cool. That's... And even more, like, raising the stakes. Like in Sonic Transformed Racing, sometimes the third lap has a new area, but this is like an entirely new environment. Did he do his dab again that he invented in Sonic Heroes long before it was a meme? Alright, it's not quite a dab. Yeah, Kyo says, Robotnik finally has a proper team. He brought his kids to the race. Kyo says, any Cream, please? I wouldn't be surprised if Cream is in this and that this trailer is not necessarily showing us everyone. Whoa, did I just spot the Sonic Forces avatars? Yeah, they're holding a weapon. There's gotta be. They look like knockoff Mii's. They're Sonic Forces avatars, I'll say. JJ says it'll be random portals. You know, and when Shadow was approaching, I wonder if you have a choice that you can either choose the one that you can see or you'll get a random one. I wonder what that's like. Because would this be Shadow deciding to go to the left? I wonder... Is it a vote? I don't know. And then Kyo said, is that Metal Harbor? Yeah, maybe you're right. I guess I assumed it was that, I forget what game it's from. Afterburner, is it? That's in Sonic Transform? Okay, so the vehicles certainly change mid-race. Wow, did Sonic just... Eevee wonders how the Switch is going to handle this. So it is announced for Switch 1. Whoa, I wonder what that icon is. Like is Vector on his team or something? I wonder, see that icon? It's the truck and then Vector. JJ celebrates the Secret Rings dinosaur jungle getting recognition. Dude, dinosaurs are back in Sonic. Vector wonders that it might be like the Race of Ages, where you pick a lane and it decides the next path. Could be. Okay, Kyo says it almost seemed like a readout saying that Vector got hit by a truck. So if it's one of those things that gives you a report of who just got attacked, that could be interesting. EB is amazed to see mid-air tricks. JJ is amazed that there's extreme gear. They're doing a proper Riders sequel. Dude, Sonic is back. Whoa, look at all those, okay, Easter eggs on the banners. I think I saw Dodonpa, or at least Donpa. Yeah, Donpa. I remember Dodonpa from Team Sonic Racing, but you got Chaos Island, the airboard, that's more Sonic Riders love. Oh yeah, and then you get the pit crew that all look like Sonic Forces avatars. And then even you get the camera crew operating Studiopolis cameras. That's amazing. Oh, this must be the pit stop and the camera guys. Interesting. You know, it's funny. Cameras like that are going to be obsolete because eventually you can have a tiny camera that's just as powerful as those big ones, and then you can fly it around on a drone. The idea that you'll be limited to a single tripod will one day seem quaint and adorable. Foxes really hopes that they make good use of the different paths and tracks for different vehicles, so that the gameplay on each vehicle feels new. Well, they did it with certain Transforms, so I'm confident that they could do it again and take it to the next level of quality. Yeah, EB says it's going to come out on last gen and Switch. So it's coming out on Wii U. I'm just kidding. You see the little cyclone icon over our Sonic? Alright, after this loop of the trailer, tails are flapping all around with joy. There's our tails. We're gonna get more Colleen clips. That's great. JJ says those flapping dinos need work on their frames per second. Vector will probably pass because de novo. But Vector is happy for the rest of us having our Festivus. Oh, and then the music. I don't know if that's supposed to be Space Harrier. Yeah, JJ says, what's with the giant squid? What level is that? And it was almost like on the tip of my tongue. Like, where have I seen? Is that from Sonic Superstars? The Lagoon City boss? Or... Alright. I'll go ahead and pull up JJ's request now. EB thinks the new environments look great. Vector thinks there was a Metal Harbor reference in the song. So maybe that was indeed Metal Harbor proper, as, who was it that said? I forget. DeFox finds these graphics to be simply stunning. They do look nice. Doo-doo-doo. That whole squid ordeal doesn't ring a bell for Kyo. Alright, here comes JJ's request. Yeah, EB says it sounded a little generic T-Lopes. June's composition, T-Lopes' arrangement, call it a night. Send them a direct deposit to their bank account, both of them. Right. Here it comes. Not yet. The only two Sega-adjacent games that Kyo can think of that have a giant octopus are Phantasy Star Zero and Anarchy Reigns. No, 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 no. Vector posits a possibility that the giant squid could be a pirate reskin of the first track from Transformed. EB says Dark Souls. EB doubts we're getting any Sega stuff. JJ says that EB was close. Sam guesses Elden Ring the Hedgehog. Alright, EB has it. Kyo was nonetheless getting Castlevania vibes. I'll bring up the gameplay here. JJ says, it's Dark Souls 3. they decided to add a song to the title screen, or did they patch that in? Or just that previous DS games didn't have that? And here comes the gameplay. Oh, spoilers for Dark Souls 3. Nah, it's a nice little preview. I won't remember barely any of this. Because I'm sure Dark Souls 2 itself will take me like 2 years to get through. And that will only start after I finish DS1. EB wonders if anyone heard the new Night Rain theme. Whoa, look at all the, like, oil snakes coming out of the top. Good animations, very expressive. Whoa, he's got the Shadow the Hedgehog Doom wings. Boy, do I have some gameplay in store. Why does that animation model kind of look like Kingdom Hearts style? Is it just me? Was that just an exploit? Going back to the menu. EB says, any closer to beating Dark Souls, Alex? I mean, I've just been playing it in weekly installments. And so, last week, I almost got to the bonfire at Sen's Fortress. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. You know, this week. EB says, great request, JJ, and Vector concurs. Always good to see some reassuring concurrence. Dude, this bonfire party is lit. Wow, the sit animations are true to form. I wonder if the sit animations at a bonfire feel different in Dark Souls 2. Because Miyazaki was busy. I'm told. Yeah, this homie keeps going to the menu. Wow, is Liar Liar pants on fire? What am I seeing on the pants? Does someone have a Pinocchio rating of 4 out of 5 long noses? Oh, more prayer rituals like in the first game. The people who wanted to get overtaken by those parasitic parasites. Dude, this homie is going downstairs. JJ wonders what's going on here. Maybe glitches. We get the classic physics of the arrows. I thought this game would like punish you if you sprint past everyone. But look at this. No consequences. No problem. Keep sprinting. Look at this panorama. Damn. This must be a good get. Did the person just go there and then walk back? I wonder why. So let's see where they spawn now. It's funny that the main menu is like exactly the same. Now JJ says, this is how you're supposed to play Dark Souls according to some. I mean, I feel like Dark Souls 1 is well balanced enough that if you just sprint ahead, it's going to backlash and backfire on you. But maybe when you get high enough to a high enough level of play, you're oh, is that the Red Cape guys returning? Look who it is. Shields and all. Yeah, running past enemies seems to be not the overall, but there's a great many players who swear by that being the default way. Third Bruno admits he's done some running. JJ says run away far enough from an enemy and they'll lose aggro. Is aggro, is that Is that a Dark Souls specific term, or is it a gaming term that means they're aware of you and they're coming after you? You've kind of alerted them, and now they're going after you. Alright, cool. JJ says it's a gaming term that means the enemy is focused on you. Look at this puppy. Vort of the Borealis Valley. Aggravation range. That's a common MMORPG term, says Keo. Drawing aggro, as in drawing aggression. Lena Rain was getting aggro when people were uploading her music to YouTube. It's like, just let me do it. I'm Lena. EB says, or it's like getting alerted in MGS and other stealth games. You don't want to aggro the guards at, what is it, Forbidden Fortress in Wind Waker the Hedgehog? Undead Settlement. Let's settle this. So aggro can be a verb. Say, oh, don't aggro those enemies. But it can also be Lena Rain saying, it was making me aggro. So it can be a verb or, you know, an adjective describing your state of mind. Wow, he actually stopped to hit someone to get through the door. That's a rare circumstance in what we've observed. Look at this. Breath of the Wild, anyone? And then, does this character have maximum, or like the best starting class for like movement speed or something? Peacock. Yellowstone content. Oh, look at the little Casper the Ghost running away. Where do you think you're going? Is this like catching the bunny in Mario? Oh, he got invaded. Is that going to cause a problem? Or can you run away usefully enough? Birds. Dropping items while running, absolutely legendary. Whoa, that thing woke up. Ew, I feel bad for it. All those little packets. Ugh. Must hurt. Was that the Estus flask? Oh, did you guys tell me that starting in Dark Souls 2... you can drink a flask while moving? JJ booted up Dark Souls 3 the other day to see if you could help Jay out, and it had gyro for the camera activated. What, did you not know about that feature? Or? So yeah, in a little bit we're going to do the Reggie Symposium, which, expect anything. Nothing is sacred today, you guys. And if you have to tap out, I respect that. But it's going to be wild, and the thumbnail is already made, and it's extremely provocative. Always with integrity and confidence, but highly provocative. Kyo doesn't even remember that. It's probably just a slow speed. Remember what is it? Yeah, so in the meantime, I'm gonna pull up the gameplay footage. Ah, yes, walking while healing. Yeah, I'll slow you down a little bit. So I have Kaizo Super Mario tool-assisted speedrun. The main issue with that is that it's only like 20-some minutes. I could always loop it, but... what is that? Maybe Super Mario 64 All-Stars Speedrun. That way there's, you know, gameplay. JJ played Dark Souls 3 on good old Steam. This VOD has, oh no, that has chat overlay. Well, here's a task. This might be perfect. Wow, this task starts with the title screen of Sonic and Shadow, I think. That's encouraging. So I'll have that task on deck, but I do want to start with the Kaizo Mario thing. Anyone here ever played Kaizo Super Mario? I haven't never played those before. This is taking so long to load. Do I have a fucking game open? No, everything's closed. Let me just close Discord. EB says if you want to count lost levels, then sure. American DLC, JP main stage content. JJ says the Monster Hunter devs look at DS Dark Souls 3 and thought, man, we gotta catch up. And so Monster Hunter World ends up feeling much like the same step up as DS3. In a sense that, okay, and JJ adds, to the point where they straight up put a bonfire homage in one of the maps. Riding the coattails of Mr. Miyazaki. Alright, I'm just going to step aside for like a minute to gather my thoughts. But I got my materials ready to go here. So I'll be back soon. Sam says, is the Switch real? What do you mean by that? The Switch right behind me. The Switch right behind me's real status is something that I can tell you in a voice chat at some point. Alright. So I'm going to bring up the gameplay here. But thank you very much for the request, Jojo. Always good to check in with DS. Forever may Miyazaki reign. So, I'm not going to go crazy showing a lot of clips of Reggie. There are at least one or two that I'm going to show. In fact, there's maybe only one where I actually need to show. And it's, of course, the classical Kit and Krista podcast interview with the Register. And I'm not going to say anything really about Kit and Krista today. Except that, you know, even giving more of their content a sniff test, it just really doesn't do it for me, man. But like I said, after finally hearing Kit's story about why he was averse to Sonic, I can see where he's coming from. Okay, Reggie, Kid Krista. You have a Reggie interview, but the thumbnail doesn't have Reggie. Okay. So I got the interview there, and then I'll open up the gameplay window. This is from Amaranticando. Here it comes. Americans know that song. Did I hear that the Super Bowl is eventually going to be only on streaming, not technically on broadcast television? And people were saying that that's awful because it makes it kind of impossible to quickly flip between channels. If you're kind of checking in on two different games, you know, to close a stream and navigate menus to open another stream and wait for that to buffer and load and get right. That it's amazing how technology would now make that a little bit more inconvenient. Is this the right size? It's fine. Wow, Sam says it was on Tubi. Yeah, and I assume that it wasn't only on Tubi, but eventually there may come a day where it's only on streaming. Do I have the right attribution? Yes. All right, and I think my voice should sound fine. Let me know if there's any, crackles in the microphone, but because I didn't unplug any wires today, I guess we won't be having to deal with that. All right, I think we're just about ready to hit go. So I will initiate the gameplay here. This is set to loop, so it's at the credits, but it's going to loop back around, Yeah, my voice is transmitting loud and clear. Sam says yes, so I think my voice is in a good place. Wow, here we go, guys. I'm taking to the stage. Look at the three of them. That sprite wasn't in the OG game, was it? Maybe it was, I don't know. All right, here goes this. Oh, I ought to turn this off. And away we go. The first thing that you're going to hear me say in the edited final version of this video is Reggie Fils-Aimé is overrated. He didn't change the game. He didn't disrupt the game. His book is called Disrupting the Game. But in part one of this video, we're going to demonstrate how Reggie did not disrupt the game. In part two, we will explore how Reggie's alleged quote-unquote disruptions actually have no legacy, no lasting impact. And in the final section, I will be delivering Reggie his sentencing, which will specify what he needs to do to atone for the mess he left behind at Nintendo of America. Here we go. So let's dive into this, guys. Did Reggie disrupt the game? Well, what does that even mean? To disrupt the game means you innovate some new method or approach that superannuates what came before it, that totally replaces and obsoletes. You bring an approach, a methodology, an idea to the table that's a game changer, that changes the way that everyone has to do said thing from that point on. So like if Nintendo puts out their Wii and motion controls become a big hit, well now all these other console companies feel obliged to keep up. So then you get PlayStation Move, Xbox Connect. That's what changing and disrupting the game is. So if you have coffee with Reggie and you ask him to explain and specify how he disrupted the game, well, really, he's mainly going to just talk about things that happened internally at Nintendo. At most, you can say that Reggie disrupted not the game itself, but just one specific player in said game. Nintendo, the company itself. So Reggie will be quick to tell you about he disrupted the game by demanding a meeting with Iwata, the head of Nintendo in Japan at the time. And he's giving himself credit, patting himself on the back, just because he opened a line of communication with the head honcho at NOJ. Look, Nintendo is an ancient company that's really set in its ways. So really all Reggie was doing was asking for a basic line of communication that really should have been in place anyway. And then Reggie takes to the stage in his classical debut stage presentation to say, "I'm Reggie, and I'm here to kick ass, take names, and make good games." And I think we all know that Reggie didn't even come up with that. It was some marketing consultant or whatever. And even if it was Reggie's suggestion, well, really all he's doing by declaring an intent to kick ass is just emulating Sega. Sega has been the ass kicker since the 90s. Sega has been that home of the edginess, that cool aggression, taking no prisoners and chasing Kit Ellis out of the equation. So for people to geek out with excitement, the fact that Reggie said the A word at a Nintendo presentation, well, the only reason that has any novelty whatsoever is because the bar is so incredibly low for Nintendo. They have time and again insisted on safe, sterile, boring approaches to appeal to as broad and generic an audience as possible. And that's the reason why a game like Mario Wonder could have the reception it did from longtime fans, because the new Super Mario Bros. Games that came out leading up to Wonder were absurdly safe and simple, and just these plain templates for levels. Here's the snow level, here's the lava world, come on through. So for Wonder to have all these wacky color schemes, well, Sega did it. Sega did it in the 90s. Have you ever played Sonic CD and Knuckles Chaotix? That was Sonic Wonder 20, 30 years in advance. And so look, I would not deny that Reggie was an epic dude in the way that he was charismatic, the way he presented things. And I would be the first to acknowledge that his presentations, for what they were great. They were quirky, funny, memorable. They kept you engaged. Did they not? They sure did. Okay, so Reggie's a content creator then. Guys, he's a content creator. He read off that catchphrase about we kick ass and make games, but he doesn't really make them. He receives the games from Nintendo of Japan, and then he is tasked with marketing them, adjusting the approach somewhat, but he was just a salesman for products that were designed independently of him. And sometimes it starts to feel that Reggie is given disproportionate praise and recognition for the simple fact that he's taking the boring template of E3 presentations and taking it up to the next level. So for Nintendo fans who are committed to watching the entire Nintendo presentations from beginning to end anyway, are just sitting there gracious and thankful that, oh my God, I'm so glad these aren't as boring as they used to be. You know, Reggie takes to the stage. He says, my body is ready. I never saw all the hype about my body is ready. Oh, my body consents to this. All right. He said it on the fly. It was a little quirky. I just don't know how you could call back to my body is ready on Jimmy Kimmel. See you later, Serious Sam. Let's see here. Check something. All right. Now look, when I asked around for examples for people to provide of contributions that Reggie made that at least somewhat justify the claim that he had disrupted the game, or as far as any lasting impact of contributions he provided, people mention Wii Sports and the fact that Reggie had to vouch hard for Wii Sports to be a pack-in game that came included with the console. And the brass up at the top of Nintendo in Japan was like, hell no, absolutely not. We don't give away our software for free. That's just not what Nintendo does. It cheapens the value of it. But Reggie vouched very passionately that it would be a net gain to include Wii Sports as a pack-in game. And look, I agree with him. But he did not disrupt anything. Again, if we're looking at that as a contribution from Reggie, all he was really doing was catching up to Sega. Could Sega interest you in a Sega Genesis with a pack-in game of Sonic 1 and later Sonic 2? How do you think Sonic was able to sweep into the market and scoop up such a considerable sizable market share? It was partly due to the accessibility and availability of Sonic. The flagship killer app comes with the console. So congratulations, Nintendo. You finally agreed to catch up with your peers and get over your arrogance that even something as simple of a format as Wii Sports is something that you're reluctant to give away for free. You say it's for free, but it's an investment. Have you not heard of what a loss leader is? I'm not even going to define that term out of respect to my audience because it's so clear-cut as it is. And hello, Richard, over on YouTube. I'm not taking off-topic inquiries at the moment, but welcome. In part 2 of this video, we are going to talk as to whether Reggie's admittedly smart move to insist that the game was packed in with the Wii. Later in this video, we are going to touch upon whether Reggie's contribution to insist Wii Sports was a pack-in game had any lasting impact. But in the meantime, as far as Reggie's gaming sense and how he steered the direction of the company and its marketing, well, let's not forget that Reggie hyped up Other M as a big deal. It is said that he had access to play Other M when it was still in development so that he would be able to hype it up to his would-be potential customers. So for him to then turn around and say, oh, well, Other M was a disappointment that didn't deliver, and it just took too long to get going. The first 5 hours of the tutorial-minded stuff, it just too tedious, too plodding along. And it's like, if you played the game before it came out, wouldn't you full know well what the pacing of the first few chapters of the game would be? And how are you going to turn around as a Monday morning quarterback and just say, oh, the game didn't deliver? I think, Reggie, that you did not deliver because you queued it up as what was supposed to be some big, important, seminal, capstone, cornerstone moment for the Metroid series and for Metroid fans. And look, we all know that Reggie tried to his best of his ability to keep Xenoblade Chronicles out of the United States of Obama. And look what happened. Look, I know it's easy for me to give Reggie a hard time retroactively as a Monday morning quarterback, but I know enough people who live and breathe by Xenoblade games. Enough to say that that was an unfortunate, inexcusable blind spot on Reggie's end. And my God, don't you dare ask Reggie Fils-Aimé about Mother 3, because that guy will get aggro. And half the time you gotta wonder that he gets so plussed, and half the time you gotta wonder why he's not nonplussed at questions of Mother 3. He gets so plussed, maybe in part, because of the Beatles' melodies and riffs that are in the music and don't belong there. It certainly can't be helping. And so now that we've established Reggie... as an exceptional content creator and salesman, we are separating that from any practical hands-on experience or insight he has with video games themselves. Did he game growing up? Sure, but he also worked for Pizza Hut, maybe Procter & Gamble. Only Just Light doesn't know how successful Xenoblade would have been without Operation Rainfall. That situation made a lot of people aware of and passionate about it. Yeah, I can't say I know a lot about that, but I believe that was a fan campaign to get 3 games localized. So I'm going to now substantiate the claim that Reggie the person is a step removed, more so than you would think, from the actual meat and potatoes of gaming. So I am now going to, I'm going to show you that, I'm going to place a handful of clips from this, and I'm going to put it on screen. Yeah, I better put it on screen too. So I'll full screen it here. Excuse me. I'm going to do another new window. There's Reggie. Make sure this is at max volume. sounds on. Alright, so now we're going to look at a rapid-fire compilation of many unfortunate instances in which Reggie uses the word content in a way that you typically only hear money-printing corporate machines use the word, that sort of commodifies gaming and loses the magic, the adventure, the experience of it. It's just a unit on the shelf to be sold. It's content. So let's go to the first timestamp right here.
Reggie, I want you to be ready to be one of the key faces of the company. No, it happened over time. And it happened because first there was a tremendous...
Actually, I can turn up the volume of it here.
Say, yeah, and Reggie, I want you to be ready to be one of the key faces of the company. No. It happened over time. And it happened because, first, there was a tremendous amount of confidence that the leadership at NCL had in me. It happened because it was clear that I had a passion, not only for our content, but for a passion for the overall gaming community. And the fact that I had some skill in being able to communicate with our fans and communicate really with all of our business partners. So the publishing community, our retailers. So it was an unplanned...
Talk about a buzzword smoothie. Passion for the content, right? Passion and being passionate, that's like the quickest go-to buzzword that you use in an interview to demonstrate your enthusiasm, but it's just a word in a folder. And so passionate about content, that is a buzzword sandwich, people. Next up.
And occurrence that really took advantage to create opportunities to have the developers, NCL to difficult. COVID upended the world. Right. And I think it made it more difficult for NCL to create opportunities to have the developers be out front and communicating, all of the great things about their content and the ongoing activity. I also think that what happened with my role with the company was a moment in time need.
Nintendo to develop. Mm-hmm. They haven't purchased Koei Tecmo. So I'm curious from your perspective, how do you weigh the benefits of going to that extreme measure of acquiring a company? Well,
first, in the gaming space, content is created by individuals. And I think when you consider...
Content is created by individuals. You don't say.
Acquisitions, you really need to fully consider what is it that I'm acquiring, right? What's the talent base or skill base that I'm acquiring? And how do I make sure that that talent and skill base stays with the really is, for people who are caught up in a merger or acquisition, for them, continuing to do the same thing or taking their talents and applying it to some other franchise may not be what they want to do. And instead, they've got a piece of creative content, a creative idea stuck in the back of their head that they're going to go take and do themselves. They're going to go take that risk to bring a new piece of IP into the marketplace. And I think we're going to see that. I think we're going to see a number of senior developers who may do quite well financially as the merger is consummated, but then want to go off and create their own new piece of content, create their own new great intellectual property, and it's going to fuel another wave of fantastic indie developers. I do believe that's going to happen.
I hope that.
Right, so Reggie talks about a hopeful wave of, the next generation of stuff, but it's content, intellectual property. I cannot think of a more corporate, soulless way of phrasing that. Next clip.
the company had a desire to communicate with the fan base and do something fun and interesting. We just kind of did it.
Right.
Right? The classic, do it, don't ask for permission, just do it. And luckily, Mr. Iwata was a huge supporter, gave you both access to developers that enabled the content to begin. But it was those early experiences, maybe some of the early battles in continuing the effort, and gosh, it lasted for years and years and years.
Yeah.
But it's those early experiences, and candidly, how we fought to have it continue.
Yeah.
So I'll just quickly say as a recommendation, if you're ever going on a date, guys and girls out there, and you go see a movie, please, I'm just making a suggestion. When you walk out of the movie theater to talk about the movie, don't say, "That was some really great content, wasn't it?" Need I say more? Reggie further exposes his thoroughly ingrained corporate soul by using the word engage in some disappointing ways. And it's for that same reason that when you're on a date, I'm going to lightly suggest that you do not in the middle of the date say, "I've really enjoyed engaging with you in this way. Let's talk about some more topics." Next quote here.
Moved on. And so I think the fan base may be asking the wrong question in terms of, will there ever be a time when the developers are out more in front? I actually think the question is, in the here and now, how is Nintendo going to engage with the community? Mm-hmm. And I'm sure the company's thinking about that. But to me, I think that's the question of, how will the company engage with this passionate community and do it in an effective way now, because...
How to say nothing with as many buzzwords as possible. How will the company engage with the passion of the fan base? I'm waiting for Reggie to say something, but he's just stating matter-of-fact regular business mechanics without actually saying how his approach is meaningful or different. All right, so now I'm going to pull up the other gameplay. And I don't know what that means. Whatever that thing on screen was just now. So now let me get the Super Mario speedrun here. But yeah, I got to show you the first frame. Look at that. Sonic and Shadow with Chao. It's got to be a good tool-assisted speedrun, baby. Oh, but this is a different person. Let's credit that person. Probably don't need to loop it, but whatevs. All right, Mario 64. All right, next engagement quotation. Make sure I got all of that.
That needs to happen. How is Nintendo going to engage with the community? Mm-hmm. And I'm sure the company's thinking about that. But to me, I think that's the question of, how will the company engage with this passionate community and do it in an effective way now, because that needs to happen. And I think in framing the question that way, I do think it is fair to say that beginning your journey, I wanted to influence and touch as many people as possible. Whether you're an established leader or just beginning your journey, I wanted to influence and touch as many people as possible. So that's where the passion for my public speaking comes from. That's where my passion for board service comes from. That's where the book came from. And there was a recognition that I couldn't do those things while still being employed at Nintendo of America. And it's a time issue. Yeah, being president of Nintendo of America truly was a 24/7 job.
Yeah.
You know, engaging with our company in the Americas, engaging with Europe, engaging with our parent company in Japan, you know, that truly is 24 hours, right? At the early part of our business day here in the West Coast, I'd be having conversations with Nintendo of Europe. We would do our business, and then I'd have video conferences with NCL. And then, you know, emails would continue to flow. So that was the recognition that in order for me to do these other things where I have a tremendous amount of passion, where it truly is the next stage of my activity, I needed to retire. And so then the only question was, what's the right time? And I wanted to leave the company on a positive inflection point. I wanted the leadership to be in place. The both of you were not with Nintendo at the time, but when I joined the company in 2003, you know, the company was in a tough...
That's pretty much with that. All right, so let me close this now.
Position, and in part because...
Okay. And yeah, only just light. It'll probably make sense in the VOD, but what I'm now going to say, now that I've played those clips, is to use the word engage in such a rote and mechanical way just becomes soulless. It takes the true, genuine personality out of it. It's like a video game where it's like, oh, if you go engage with this female character enough and give her enough gifts, the heart meter will go up, and then eventually you can be boyfriend and girlfriend because you've hit that sufficient engagement meter stat. You know, it's like when Channel Pup is begging for money, and he says, yeah, I'm doing my best here. I know I don't engage with my community enough and chat with you guys, but maybe I should. To spell it out that way, to make it seem like a clear-cut transaction, that you're just getting this engagement out of the way in hopes that it will bring in more dollars, I just start to feel like I'm listening to the talk of someone who's a businessman who's focused on profits at all costs. And I don't want to say that he's faking any of his knowledge or enthusiasm for video games. It's not a deliberate fake or anything, but it does let you... It does cause a cause for pause enough to think about, like, am I actually getting these genuine insights, or is this just a person who's hiding behind the same buzzwords in order to seem approachable, relatable? Shadow Ops says, lots of dating games in Japan. Hey, we got those too. Nothing wrong with dating games. Only Just Light says he's being interviewed within the context of his professional contribution in Nintendo. People speak differently in different contexts. You're not wrong. But there's so many more different ways that you could express... Right, for him to say that is an extraordinary generic thing to say. And I cringe so deeply where every additional clause that comes out of his mouth is just cycling back to the same non-substantive, no kidding buddy concepts like, how can we really cultivate that passion? And what can we do to engage with our passionate communities in order to further that goal? So my reaction to hearing Reggie use the word engage in the way that he does, it just feels like a blatantly transactional mindset where, oh, this person is not actually a human having a conversation with me on a genuine human level. He's just doing this as a means to an end, to sell products. The two are not mutually exclusive. Okay, so with part one of the video now concluded, now that we've established all of the ways that, in fact, Reggie has not disrupted or changed the game about how video game companies work and what their business strategy is, what we are now going to do in part two of this video is to point out that for each of those things that Reggie did actually do, none of them had any lasting power. It was a flash in the pan. He did not contribute to any structural, cultural change, either in the business practices and strategy, or on a people level, looking out for the best interests of Nintendo's customers and more directly its employees. Yeah, DeFox is saying, you're far from an expert on Nintendo's history, but from what you've heard, Nintendo is about as corporate a company as you can find. They're all about statistics and maximum profit. And that's an extremely important point, and I think that's what I'm connecting to Reggie, to make the point that Reggie's whole deal contains a lot more of that than you might think. So now here in part two of the video, we are going to discuss very tangibly Reggie's legacy. Now many people have a thorough misunderstanding of what a legacy even is. What does that word mean? Okay, a legacy is not sitting around doing remember whens of funny memes that happened 10 years ago. That's not a legacy, that's a has-been. Okay, if we're to talk about a legacy, that is something that you did or something that you contributed that has a lasting life. It's a thing that still happens, it's still around. Okay, so what is Obama's legacy? Well, one thing that Obama contributed that's still in effect today is opening up U.S.-Cuba relations. You can go back to Cuba now, still, as of 2025, because that is still a thing. That is Obama's legacy. Just as Biden's legacy is a massive flood of illegal immigrants that poured into the country in the first couple of years of his administration, because of all the advertising they did about sanctuary city policies. So now we have a great many illegal immigrants in the country still here right now as of 2025, and it's a topic that is still being dealt with as we speak. So that's a legacy, because that's a lasting impact that is still alive, active, and occurring. Okay, so if we're to look first at the primary main thing that Reggie was known for, well, it's his funny and epic presentations. And you know where I'm going with this. those abruptly stopped immediately upon his retirement. Doug Bowser doesn't do funny, quirky, creative, memorable presentations. And part of the reason for that could be that there's talk that those weird, bizarre, offbeat presentations that Reggie did that were nonetheless beloved by the core Nintendo fan base was definitely not as loved by the investors. They got nervous. They didn't like it. They wanted the safe, sterile, standard practice approach to things. And they snapped back to that instantly upon Reggie's retirement. So Reggie's phenomenal presentations have no legacy. They were great at the time, but he did not contribute to a cultural change in the industry and even just at Nintendo specifically. And that's because this and many of the things that Reggie did, he did them, sure, but he did not get the actual legitimate buy-in of Nintendo. Nintendo allowed him to do these things, in many cases very reluctantly, but he did not contribute to any structural philosophical change in how Nintendo does business. And if anything, in the years after Reggie's departure, they've backslid into some of those disappointing corporate mindsets. So now how about Wii Sports? Does Reggie's decision and insistence on making Wii Sports a pack-in game have any lasting legacy? Well, let's talk about that. What happened on the next console generation after the Wii? Well, there was a quasi-spiritual successor to Wii Sports in the form of Nintendo Land, which is a collection of, I suppose you could say, mini-games that utilized the Wii U's unfortunate dual-screen system with the controller having its own screen. And look, in full disclosure, I've talked with multiple viewers of mine here. And look, with full disclosure, I've talked with multiple live stream viewers at my streams, and I want to make it clear that Nintendo Land does have its fans. But one thing that should be called to your attention is that perhaps some of those fans, those people who are here at my live streams, if you're hanging out with my live streams, then you're probably in the upper echelon of the fandom. You're a huge fan. I think you would have a lot harder time selling the idea of Nintendo Land to the quote-unquote more average gamer, casual gamers. I can tell you that I, Alex Yard, played Nintendo Land, and I wanted to be done with it quickly. I'm playing the Luigi's Mansion game where you're trying to avoid the invisible dude, and the guy can look at the screen to see where everyone is, but everyone else is left in the dark. I'm like, this is kind of cool, but it's relying on withholding information of locations, and I'm estimating a strategy of where to go. The Zelda game in that collection was very token and non-substantive gameplay. You kind of just waved the controller to attack, and you were escorted around on a rails. I think the biggest failure of Nintendo Land is that it didn't have any game structure where you could sit down and have, like a half-hour session with your pals. You play Wii Golf, you're going to do 9 holes. That's a standalone experience that fleshes out a half an hour to 45 minutes. Nintendo Land, though, is just a bunch of one-off games. So it kind of just feels like you're plowing through TikTok videos without any ramp up, without any overall narrative. It's like, oh, okay, that minigame was fun, let's do another one now. It's so unstructured and half-baked. And furthermore, Nintendo Land appears to be the prompt death of pack-in games, because there was no pack-in game for the Switch. You would think it might be everybody 1-2 Switch. You would think it would be 1-2 Switch would be a dynamite obvious pack-in game. So who knows if the Wii U's performance led to Nintendo then taking away their pack-in game policy. But again, if that was Reggie pushing Nintendo to do that, it did not last. Because Nintendo Land was an unforgettable quick forum of gimmick mechanics specific to the Wii U. That game perhaps is one of the few things that actually used the dual screen technology in any real way. All right, let's catch up with chat. Only Just Light says he absolutely changed the course of Nintendo at the time. And I already said that. That's true at the time. His impact on the public opinion of the company is undeniable. Right, but it's in the shitter now. So there's no legacy. There's just a temporary oasis. No, he did not get the buy-in of his superiors. And Nintendo has been up to their worst behavior as ever as of lately with withholding developer names from the remake of Metroid Prime Remastered or the composer credits from the movie. What they did to Charles Martinet was very soulless, and yeah, so if you're trying to make a case for any lasting impact of Reggie's effect on Nintendo, you've got your work cut out for you. Only Just Light says, if you're claiming things regressed after him, does that imply that his leadership changed Nintendo for the better? It just means kind of what I already said, that he changed Nintendo to an extent, right? And I've already said this. The way that he changed Nintendo was not innovative. It was just catching up Nintendo to things that Sega was already doing. And edginess and coolness, a pack-in game. These are basic tenets of operating in the video game business. I suppose Reggie got Nintendo to finally wake up to the opportunity available in those choices, but he did not get Nintendo to buy in enough that it became the new way of normal. It did not disrupt the game or even specifically Nintendo's business practices. JJ says, now that Reggie is gone, Nintendo are again on top and taken seriously by hardcore gamers and the public. Wii and Wii U eras were plagued by others not taking Nintendo seriously. So that's the thing, is that if Reggie has this inclusive legacy of helping to broaden the audience, not just for Mountain Dew Doritos gamers, but also for grandmas and they aunts, well, you could say that Nintendo, come the Nintendo Switch era, had to take some concrete steps to entice back those hardcore gamers that Reggie, intentionally or not, sort of polarized away to some tangible extent. Yeah, JJ says, Wii Sports arguably contributed to the whole Nintendo is for families and kids perception. Yeah, you see Grandma throwing the bowling ball in Wii Sports, and that's a death sentence. Only Just Light says, Wii Sports is just as much of an unstructured minigame collection as Nintendo Land, if not more. One category of the games had campaigns that lasted much longer than a 30-minute play session. I'm just wrong about the game. All right, admittedly, I don't know about the campaigns, but I 100% reject the idea that Wii Sports is just as much of an unstructured minigame collection, because to play a round of Wii bowling is going to last about as long as doing 10 frames at a bowling alley. And doing 9 holes of golf, that's like, okay, we'll do this first hole. I'm ahead by 2. Now let's go to the next hole. And then when you play the Luigi's Mansion game, it's just like, oh, okay, we'll do 2 rounds of this and then it's over. It's like, it's as much of a problem as if you bought a Mario Party game and there was no boards and there was none of those more scaled back, which when I play Mario Party with people, I tend not to do a full board game, but I do those more targeted modes where there's different game shows that give you a more concise context to structure, 5 or so mini games, just so that you don't feel like you're just playing a pointless string of unconnected mini games. DeFoxes says, in simple terms, Reggie was just an inconvenience in Nintendo's corporate path. Nintendo never wanted to change the way it runs its company. Only Just Light says, and hello, Dem Rupees. Dem Rupees bowled for hours in Wii Sports. I played a bunch of golf, Wii Golf, in college. It was classic. Absolutely excellent. Only Just Light says the dismissal of the Wii era is some serious revisionism. The Wii's widespread appeal is a major factor in its success. No one disagrees with that. And even now you can see similar things helping the Switch. Right, but Nintendo lost its way with, for lack of a better term, they needed to take steps to win those hardcore gamers back. Because at the tail end of the Wii U, that Nintendo logo had a massive stink in the eyes and ears and noses of the Mountain Dew lobby. Shadow Ops wonders if Nintendo will ever release more than 2 3D Mario games and 2 2D Mario games for one generation. I heard Reggie talk about that specifically, and he openly acknowledged the methods of that each console gets one major experience. Super Mario Odyssey, hoped you like it. Let's see how long the Switch 1 generation lasts. JJ says Nintendo Land is truly, let's play this and then just move on. Zombie U has a more engaging multiplayer mode, which I fully believe that. If I'm to now trace it back to Reggie, well, Reggie, right, had no say really in steering the direction of the company. And you could say that Reggie insisting that Wii Sports be a pack-in game was a good call. But, dude, even prior to that, it was always Nintendo's own, Iwata and Nintendo of Japan's explicit goal that they set out to create a new market, to bring in those casual gamers. Reggie's insistence on the pack-in game furthered that goal that was already in motion by Nintendo itself, not the result of Reggie's own strategy or vision. JJ is not dismissing the Wii, let's be clear, but it is true that gamers got bored of it quickly, and the Xbox 360 started to gain popularity. So that was part of Reggie's legacy that he left behind is, well, now we got to get these hardcore gamers back. And look, like I said, courting the casual market of grandmas was not purely Reggie's doing, nor is he responsible for it. But if you're going to go watch a video game storytime video about the inclusive legacy of Reggie Fils-Aimé, well, it's literally part of his legacy if you're using the word legacy in that way. I mean, don't get JJ wrong. The Wii just might be his favorite console. JJ loves the machine, and it certainly has hardcore experiences. Looking at you, other M. I'm just kidding. All right. Yeah, Only Just Light says, the thing is, the Wii sold better. Yes, in total numbers, but they lost a market share of hardcore gamers, right? Not the moms and uncles that play one video game per year at Christmas. Let's all play some Wii Bolt, right? JJ is talking about Nintendo losing a very valuable market share of the more typical demographic that traditionally always fueled the main stage battle for the market share in video games. Only Just Light says, nobody's denying that it alienated the hardcore audience, but not catering exclusive to them is one of its strengths. One that came at a big cost that Nintendo successfully, but the point is they had to work to undo that lost market share with the Switch. JJ says the Wii U was designed to lure back in that market, and they failed catastrophically. The Switch was that second chance. Wow. So the Wii U was supposed to bring in the hardcore tights back? Damn. What were they thinking? And yeah, Bam Kwazam, I can't talk too much about Sonic Cross Worlds, but it does look awesome. We got to get some multiplayer in that. And yeah, it is bizarre that Sonic Rumble is also on the horizon. All right, I have been talking for a while, so I just need to run off screen for less than a minute, and I'll be back. Wow, yeah, JJ points us towards looking at the launch lineup of Call of Duty, Assassin's Creed, Injustice. They wanted to get that hardcore audience back, and it flopped. Yeah, Dem Rupees is vibing with this task gameplay. Love it. All right, so moving on. So now that we've identified that any of Reggie's contributions to the game development side of Nintendo were a flash in the pan that didn't last, and Nintendo actually had to take concrete steps to court back those hardcore gamers that they had lost in the Wii and Wii U eras, well, we can also examine the aspect of Nintendo itself, the company. Now, I'm not going to rehash all of the headlines that you guys have already heard in YouTube videos and on Kotaku about the bad working conditions at Nintendo, where it was a tale of two cities, first and then second-class citizens with two different badges with their own color. The contractor badges need a fully canonical Nintendo employee just to even walk around the building. It has also been said that Nintendo has clamped down on any unionization activity and or just generally discouraging people from speaking up, for self-advocating for better working conditions. All of those are allegations, but they have been reported widely elsewhere for what it's worth. Interesting. Vector says that the whole second-class citizen thing is sadly common practice. It was the same at Disney. Yeah, so I guess the question would be, how many companies actually treat everyone like equal human beings. All right, so when these awful headlines started making the news, Reggie was reached out to for comment, and what he said was so incredibly frustrating and disappointing. It's almost an anger in me that it causes. Because what Reggie said was, that's not the Nintendo I left. He looks at all the problems there and says, that's unrecognizable to me. That's not the Nintendo I left, guys. Well, time out. If the company is now just going to fall apart so abruptly after you left, well, then anything you might have done was just a symbolic temporary fix. You did not actually get the buy-in of the company. You just wanted to make sure everything seemed happy and pleasant while you were there, but you clearly did nothing to create a lasting plan of valuing employees at the company after you left. Whether or not that would involve Reggie's direct mentoring of Doug Bowser, you know, it's kind of like what the show Succession on HBO is all about. It's like this guy builds up a massive media empire, but he's done nothing to ensure its continued success after he names his heir. And so, as he reaches old age, the company just falls to crap. So that is absolutely on the person who was at the top of the pyramid running the company for all those years. In the same way that when a U.S. president takes office, he must now have to deal with all the things that were built up during their predecessor's era. Only Just Light says, this argument is very flawed. If I'm arguing the difference isn't because he's there, then yes, he made a difference. He can't change a company he doesn't lead. I've already addressed that thoroughly. Only Just Light says, if we've seen that as companies want to take a nosedive, they absolutely can, regardless of what's been put in place prior. All right, well, and yeah, I have no idea. JJ hopes that I don't go after Iwata. And no, that's not on the docket. Nor can I even think of anything to, right? Because, right, all the innovation was him. I would think it's Iwata that gets credit for Wii Sports. Not the pack-in, but, you know, motion controls, bringing in casual gamers, simple, fun, accessible games. And Demro Peace declares, let it be known the word pyramid was used during this level. Yeah, so Only Just Light is, again, harping on that, you know, about the fact that Reggie made a difference while he was there, and it's totally not in his control of what happens at Nintendo after his departure. Well, here's a massive problem with that. Reggie thoroughly misunderstands the word legacy and what that even means, so I'm now going to deliver him a massive reality check. By first, I'm going to read a quote when Reggie was asked about his legacy from the mouth of babes. Here's what he said. You ready for this? Reggie was quoted as saying, and I quote, Dem Rupees remembers that bit. In the end, I judge my legacy by that when I retired, as well as the head of HR who I had that initial... Start that over. In the end, I judge my legacy by that. When I retired, as well as the head of HR, who I had that initial lunch with, he and I retired on the same day. And as we retired, we promoted people internally into a variety of different roles versus bringing people in from the outside. To me, that was a testament that we have done a great job of improving and growing the culture at Nintendo of America. So first of all, the glaring flaw in Reggie's perception of his own legacy is that Reggie is pointing to the final day of his employment as evidence of what his legacy is. No, the legacy started the day after that. So if Reggie is now going to, put all his chips on the table and say, well, my legacy is the people I mentored and promoted from internally, instead of trying to recruit new faces from the outside. Well, if Reggie is taking all the credit for the regime that took over upon his departure, he has overtly acknowledged that that is his legacy. And so he is fully culpable for the culture that his successors, which he handpicked and promoted, carried out. Right, if you're working at a hot dog stand that's run by a manager, and things seem to run smoothly enough when that manager is present, but on the days that the manager has to take off, the hot dog stand operation slowed down to an inefficient crawl. Well, that's the failure of the manager, because it falls upon the manager to delegate these tasks, these approaches, philosophies, mindsets, or even just basic standard practices to execute in the manager's absence. Dim Rupee says, Reggie's final check was a reality check. JJ says, Alex doesn't need to convince JJ because JJ came to the same conclusion when you looked up his legacy, and it was all just memes. And yeah, I'm skimming what Only Just Light said. As the face of Nintendo, he changed a lot about Nintendo's public perception. Not going to engage with that sentiment because it would be circular and unproductive. And furthermore, I know for a fact that I have already sold a great many listeners here on what I'm saying. So the fact that Only Just Light would continue to object for the second time this week on a high-stakes Nintendo topic, I'm seeing a pattern here that's enough to make me not concerned about Only Just Light's grievances. And so for Reggie to just sit there and let himself off the hook by saying, that's not the Nintendo I left, well, he's not denying any of those specific reports. He is not denying that there was a long-running, over many years, culture at Nintendo where contractors would be strung along for years and years, dangling that carrot in front of their face, say, you might get a permanent job here at Nintendo at some point, so keep soldiering through. Keep getting kicked out of the door every 11 months so that you haven't technically worked here for a whole year so that we don't have to pay you insurance and other benefits. Right, those things that finally came to light about Nintendo in the early 2020s Well, those were things that were happening for, right? People were talking about this is a years-long problem, that the potential of a full-time job would be dangled. And then there's the unfortunate instance of a girl plowing through the gauntlet of contractorship for years and years, finally gets a chance to shine in an interview, but then a family member died, which interfered with part of the interview process, and the permanent position was then denied on account of poor attendance during the interview process. I didn't experience that firsthand. It's an allegation, but it is part of a larger concerning trend of things that could not have just, right? For such systemic, brutal treatment of contractors in that way, that is not something that just happens overnight. And even if it did, all that really means is that Reggie picked the wrong successors. He appointed the wrong people. Wow, yeah, JJ says, sure, he made himself popular with Nintendo fans, but the rest of the gaming community coined the term Nintendrone. Nintendo-year-olds, I love that, says Dem Rupees. And so to further peel back the layers of Reggie's bullcrap, well, Reggie tries to give himself a win by saying, oh no, when I was there active at Nintendo, I did lunch events. I scheduled periodic lunch events where full-time employees and contractors alike were invited to join, and we made them feel welcome. Well, I hate to have to be the one to bring this to the attention of everyone else listening to me in the audience, but that is a symbolic, meaningless charade. Reggie, when asked to defend his tenure at Nintendo, the culture that he cultivated and passed on to his successors, he says, no, I was good to the contractors because of those lunches. That's just a meaningless symbolic gesture, and it's not like those contractors were going to use a lunch event like that to express their grievances about the company, right? That would be their last day at Nintendo as a contractor if they did that. So I am so thoroughly mad at Reggie for giving himself this credit for something that was purely symbolic. And he did it without buy-in, because who's to say that those luncheons continued after he left? And Only Just Light, I don't want you to feel like I don't want you to feel like I'm ignoring your comments, right? But we are planets apart on so much of this, never mind Charles Martinet, that literally Only Just Light, it would be a fool's errand for you and I specifically to try to get on the same page about any of this. So if you think I'm making poorly reasoned arguments, go ahead and express yourself. But I really don't think you're selling anyone else here on your take. Nor am I under any further obligation to kind of slow things down. JJ says there's always going to be an element of console wars. You don't know how many ways you can say that public perception of Nintendo nosedive after the 2 years of the Wii. So I don't care how many luncheons Reggie did. What his comments reveal, at a minimum, is that Reggie was not concerned or in touch with the contractor's employee satisfaction within Nintendo of America. If you're the president of a Nintendo of America company like that, you have ways of gauging your full-time employee and contractor job satisfaction. Do they feel valued? Do they feel like they're compensated correctly? It's not that you have to indulge their every demand, but as a starting point, you should have the finger on the pulse of your employee satisfaction stats. And that can be very easily obtained doing those annual surveys. So for Reggie to be shocked by any of these developments, at a minimum, it reveals that Reggie really didn't care about the well-being of the contractors during his time, because the only thing he said in defense of his treatment of contractors was the lunch events, which are nothing, which are a symbolic circus that are absolutely meaningless, even insulting, in light of the horrible working conditions and second-class treatment that contractors appear to have been receiving even during the years of Reggie's tenure. And even if for the sake of discussion, if we are to a moment imagine that these problems only started with a snap of the fingers the day after Reggie retired, that's not the case, but if it was, that would still be on Reggie. Because he patted himself on the back saying his legacy was all the people that he promoted internally upon his retirement. And it's like, well, that's your legacy? Isn't that a no-brainer? That it is always preferable to promote people from internal? That it is always preferable to promote people that are already internal employees because they know all about the company culture. They know what makes it tick. You don't have to do all of these new awkward team-building icebreaker exercises with the new hires and have them have a teething period, right? You always promote from internally if you can. And yet Reggie is saying this is some great accomplishment legacy of his. And yes, it is fun to have you here, only just like my constructive suggestion would be keep your messages shorter. Because trust me that you're not going to change my mind on this today. And writing these long paragraphs just feel a little bit manic and defensive. So if I'm to then look at that as a symbolic example and ask myself, did Reggie actually care that much about the contractors or the employees under his umbrella during his time? And furthermore, did he care all that much about the success of Nintendo itself as a company? Well, he would certainly give you that impression on the surface. However, he retires, and after not that much... So he retires, and next thing you know, he's accepting a position at GameStop. Now, I was horrified to hear this because GameStop has traditionally been the severe premeditated enemy of all the main video game publishers. I mean, we can talk about the horror stories of what it's like to work for GameStop throughout the years. We could go into a whole symposium comparing the GameStop workplace environment to being a contractor who's overworked and undervalued at Nintendo of America. So for Reggie to just jump ship, go through the revolving door, and hop into a cushy board position at GameStop? This is GameStop, the company who very notoriously erodes Nintendo's sales volume by secretly withholding new copies of games. And when people come in, they're looking for a certain game. The GameStop manager knows full well that they have sealed brand new copies in the back, but they lie. And they say, no, we don't have any new copies. You have to buy one used. And that's because GameStop is going to get a much bigger chunk of the revenue for used game sales. So that is directly hurting Nintendo and other video game publishers to just all of a sudden get drafted by GameStop and put on their jacket with their insignia felt disgusting to me. And I would at least, right, give Reggie some benefit of the doubt. If he did his interview and he genuinely thought that he had an opportunity to fundamentally change GameStop, to fix some of those soulless corporate cutthroat business practice and human resource people management, except that his attempt to work for GameStop fell flat on its face immediately. Whatever happened, GameStop was not amenable to going along with Reggie's suggestions. So whatever Reggie thinks he did to disrupt the game or change the culture of Nintendo, well, it didn't work at GameStop, and that's on Reggie, because those of you who have been in the workforce for a while and you've gone on many different job interviews with multiple rounds, you realize that when you go for a job interview for a position that's available, it's not just that they are interviewing you. You are simultaneously interviewing them to figure out, is this a place where I can make a meaningful contribution? Is this a company whose values are not going to conflict with my overall philosophy? Reggie should have figured that out up front. He should not have taken a job at a company that is so notoriously antagonistic to Nintendo if he didn't see a route forward. But he just collected his paycheck and called it a day after a brief while. He just gave up. So what am I to make of that? Not much, except Reggie will work for the highest bidder. And yeah, Only Just Light is stepping into the domain of comments that I won't even read aloud. Because you're now trying to give a masterclass on how my streams are structured. I'm not going to touch that with a 90-foot pole. And the rest of my audience knows why. Right? Those things you just said should only be said if I come to you and say, hey, I'm not sure how to structure my streams. Am I going right? I did not ask for your opinion. You're free to leave at any time. Don't try to workshop the broadcast. And so where Reggie failed at GameStop, well, you look at his Nintendo resume, and he was able to implement some changes, but it was only ever reluctantly. It was a temporary concession. Nintendo went along to get along, and as soon as Reggie left, they snapped back to their old ways. Safe, sterile, soulless corporate business practices. And because Reggie never actually achieved buy-in at Nintendo for his approach, he did not disrupt or change the game or even the singular player of Nintendo. All he really did was use his position of power to conduct limited-run experiments that disappeared into a mist the day he left. Autoyez vibing with the Mario 64 gameplay. Yeah, but everything that you're talking about only just like you can find in droves with Arlo or SpawnWave. There's so many different sources for that. And so with the infinitesimally small legacy of Reggie Fils-Aimé identified and exposed, we have now arrived at Reggie's sentencing. I will be delivering the sentence, which will specify what he would need to do in order to atone for this situation. How do I want to say this? Reggie Fils-Aimé, I sentence you to acknowledging the fact that Nintendo's current struggles and bad press and toxic workplace environments, reputation, that falls significantly upon you because you yourself acknowledge that you think your legacy are the people you mentored and promoted internally to carry out the mission that you spelled out for them after you left. But you seemed only concerned with just putting a happy face on it during your time there, taking no steps to ensure that contractors felt valued either during or after your tenure. And it is misleading and hollow for you to say that you disrupted the game in terms of bringing in casual gamers or sending in a pack-in title with the Wii, because Sega already did that with the pack, because Sega already gave away pack-in games. Nintendo Land was a flop, after which pack-in games went away. The Wii's courtship of casual gamers snowballed a massive problem where by the time we got to the Nintendo Switch, Nintendo had to take great steps to bring back those hardcore gamers. And so if you're going to continue self-congratulating yourself in interviews and retrospectives, then it will follow that I will call these things to the attention of my audience and then move on. Yeah, so JJ says GameCube and DS had pack-in games too. And now that you say that, I'm thinking to myself, what? Because I was looking up pack-in games, and I was surprised to see that... All right, well, one thing I was surprised to see, Double Dash in there. That was amazing. Amazing, I was very surprised. What I wonder, though, is... was that not available at launch? My hunch is that when the GameCube launched, there was no pack-in game. And so it's at least a little bit different that for the Wii, right, day one the console comes out, it comes with a software to show it off. Yeah, so JJ says when it launched, no pack-in. And I also have to wonder how much, all right, let's say the Wii launches with no pack-in. After a couple years, they start offering these bundles. When you calculate the price of a bundle, is the game that comes with it truly free, or is it discounted? Like, would a Mario Kart Double Dash bundle console cost the same as a vanilla console? I guess that... Because is there something else that comes in a bundle that kind of justifies the... I kind of forget that. Yeah, and JJ says the original DS came with a Metroid Prime Hunter's First Hunt, which is just kind of a demo. Yeah, and I think it was cited... I think EB mentioned, like, Astrobot, the first Astrobot, like, comes with the PS4 or 5, whatever, right? But that's... First of all, it's digital only, and also, it's kind of just a tech demo. It's not a full-price game. I don't know how much Wii Sports would retail as a standalone purchase, but... All right, let me read the finale line, and then I'll wrap up reading some chats. Okay. And so now we've reached the conclusion of today's discussion, and I want to thank everyone for listening this far. If there's something I overlooked, if there's an aspect of Reggie's legacy that actually did continue on past his departure, that wasn't just an artificial construct that blinked out of existence the day he rode off into the sunset, please do let me know in the comments. And so as much as I love some of his memes, those occurred in the past. There's no lasting legacy of them. Sitting around with remember whens is not a legacy. This has been Alex Yard here at 91.6 WAYZ, the Alex Yard Zone. And in this video, and what this video has done to Reggie and if I'm to sit there and reflect, what has this video done to Reggie? Well, it has kicked his ass and taken his name. Good night, everybody. All right. The discussion about hardcore gamers was about Nintendo Land. Yeah, so we've already established, if you don't see the connection between Reggie's legacy and Nintendo Land being an unremarkable fart, I've already gotten everyone else on the same page as me, so given that we see so many different topics, like polarizingly different, only just light, I wouldn't be concerned about any one particular disagreement that we have that gets you all worked up like there's a pending problem to be resolved. I see no pending problem. Yeah, I really feel like I'm reading a chat from Pimp Problem, I gotta say. Which is to say that yeah, I'm honestly trying to think if there's anything worth saying to you at this point. If you're to use this opportunity to hold me accountable, or what do you think that I avoided or need to speak to, or what was I don't know what you... this is why it feels like I'm reading a Pimp Problem message, because you're saying the topic only came up in the discussion JJ and I had. I have no idea what you mean. But I do know that Shadow Ops misses Funko Land. But yeah, other than that, I'm going to sign off and start editing this puppy. I'm telling you right now, the thumbnail will be very provocative. I'm not going to give it away, but yeah. And as JJ said, it's kind of like I'm in character. I mean everything that I say, but I'm also playing up the unapologetic nature of it. I am not here to make Only Just Light feel like Sir John Feelgood. I'm offering my perspective in a way that differs from my commentary peers so as to offer a distinctive, different experience, one that is very directly informed by my influences, which I do not need to explain or justify to Only Just Light or anyone. As a starting point, if you want to know what informs my philosophy, approach, tone, worldview, well, the first thing you're going to have to do is pay. Pay what? Respect. And as a nice little appetizer warm-up, you should go, if you get in touch, not contact, but if you look at the content, I guess you could say, of Kevin Samuels and Patrice O'Neill, you may, it's not guaranteed, but you may find my approach less baffling. And both of those dudes were highly polarizing figures. But yeah. Other than that, I want to thank JJ for hanging out and sharing his perspective. Dem Rupees. If Keo is still around. Or EB. Also, Vector Sater. Have a great night. This was fun. And so I think that the one that I do on Saturday will be probably Perfect Pitch, because I think I basically have that one ready to go. That's not going to be a huge one like this one. Third Bruno, always great having you. Have a good night. Yeah, so Only Just Light. Let me put it this way. If we disagree on the definition of disrespectful or unprofessional, we're on a planet apart. And for us to try to hash it out at all will be only just further suffering for you. So I'm going to tell you one last time that I know exactly what I'm doing, and I'm doing it with intent. So the only thing that needs to happen is for you to decide whether this channel is for you. It's really straightforward. Your approach is highly patronizing and condescending, misguided, unasked for, critiques of the entire enterprise here rather than the topic at hand. So you seem armed with all the information you could ever have to decide whether my streams are content you want to continue consuming, to use a romantic term. And if you refuse to back down with your critiques and armchair recommendations, then I will gladly accept the algorithm stimulation. Penioso confirms this is not Knuckles Chaotix, Sonic Superstars, or Sonic Spinball. Sorry, Penioso. I forgot to switch to just chatting. Only Just Light has thoughts. Vector certainly doesn't recall any personal attacks, so there's that. But yeah, sorry for the no Sonic, but I was about to say my schedule is always freely available, although these days you can technically only find it on my Discord, or if you go to the Monday stream and look at the first frame, it's going to have the schedule. I continue to accept only Just Light's algorithm stimulus. Yes, Penny also says, yeah, JJ wonders, where did the complaint about streams being, right? As much as I'd like to entertain that idea. Hey, what's up, King Samurai? Superstars is good. But yeah, I do have to bid you good night. I'm going to hop right into the editing lab to cut this thing together. So expect a provocative thumbnail popping into your sub box by tomorrow morning. I want to thank you once and again. This was a treat. I love doing these. We're off to a great start with this. Let's keep the momentum going. And yeah, I want to be clear that Only Just Light is more than welcome to continue attending these discussions or whatever. I'm just going to say, if you offer unsolicited advice about how to run the channel, how to conduct the discussions, you're going to be shown the door each and every time. Oh, okay, so Only Just Light said it came off as... I said you were being manic because your writing style reminds me of Pimp Problem in way too many ways. Yeah, I guess I have to now, without specifying Pimp Problem... No, I'll say that off the air. And yes, Penny, also, the stream is about to end. But yeah, Only Just Light, if you're trying to hold my streaming volume commentary to the volume of your text chats, right? Well, right off the bat, those two cannot be compared, because every stream I do, I'm talking for 4 hours, and you know full well that if everyone talked with the long manic paragraphs that you write, it would be impossible to keep up with chat. So check your selfishness at the door. Write comments on par with everyone else in terms of length and contribution, and understand that part of the reason that some of your paragraphs were getting so long and manic is because you were speaking out of turn, trying to customize and change the format and tweak the tone and approach to this. That's not for you to speak on. And if you remove that unsolicited advice from your communications, well, then your chats will probably start to resemble the length and brevity of your chatting peers. So I'm going to say bye for now. I'll see you either tomorrow or at the next stream on Saturday. But this is Alex Yard. Thank you all again. I look forward to more. Perfect pitch coming at you. So yeah, it's been an honor and a pleasure. Take care, everybody. This has been Alex Yard here in the AYZ 91.6.